years ago, Call of Duty Mobile brought Battle Royale to our fingertips, and the mobile gaming scene was never the same. From intense firefights and Isolated to outsmarting opponents in Alcatraz, we've seen some of the greatest moments in mobile gaming unfold on this battlefield. And today, we honor the journey that brought us here. From rookies to legends, from local qualifiers to the world stage, these tournaments became a battleground for champions. Each map, each drop, and each victory has made this journey unforgettable. This community has grown beyond borders with millions watching, competing, and celebrating. Oh my God! Oh my God! And now, we take on a new frontier. Introducing Krai, the next evolution in Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale, a map designed for legends, built to test the best, and it all starts here at the 5th anniversary event. So are you ready to drop in? Are you ready to make history? With $30,000 up for grabs, 40 elite players will clash on this epic brand new Battle Royale map. Let's celebrate 5 years of Call of Duty Mobile on the battlegrounds of Krai. Welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile Krai Battle Royale Invitational.
Tournament.
It's going to be a good one, my ad. It's going to be a lot of fun. You guys heard it on the intro video. We've got a lot of very elite players that we've seen before, and I'm sure we'll be continuing to see way beyond this 5th anniversary event. However, we need to give you guys the breakdown of what this event is going to look like here today. So let's just jump into it. Talk about what exactly we have on hand, because Krai is brand new. Our players have had a good chance, though, to kind of get their hands on it, and you saw some clips already starting to come through from our players that are here. Give me your experience on how you've experienced this Battle Royale map in particular as we look over our event overview.
Yeah, well, I love it. I played it a lot in the beta. They gave us early access to it, some of the creators, and I thought that it was going to be a great map from the jump because it was nicely, brightly colored. And when it comes to a lot of the players that are actually here, many of them have been streaming every single day leading up to this event on the map. So I've got to see some of the best players in the world grind it out, and there is some fierce competition.
Yeah, 40 total players, $30,000. That will be split up amongst the 5 drops that we have here for today. So with that in mind, of course, there's money to be deciphered between all of the teams that we have. We've got 10 total teams of 4 is what the big part of it this is, but everyone's walking away with money, which is always really fun, especially considering this is a celebration event after all, Ferg.
Yeah, I believe up until teams 9 and 10 they still get $1,000 per team. So yeah, like you said, everyone's walking away with money. First place gets 10,000, second place gets 6, third is 4,000, fourth is 2,000, and then 5th to 8th get 1,500 as well. So money to be spread throughout the community, which is also always great. And there's actually some very small creators that are really, really good that you're going to want to keep your eyes on in this. Names that come to mind are Loading, that won a $10,000, actually 2 $10,000 tournaments that I've hosted in the past, and also Slayer, who has won one of them as well.
It's really just kind of fun to see the names that have been with us since the 1st anniversary and those that have now joined us for the first time here 5 years later. We also need to mention that there are bounties available for today. The most kills across all of our matches is also going to get $500. We also have our first solo squad wiper will also come away with $500. And then at the end, whoever gets our first grenade kill will also have $500. So another $1,500 in total up for grabs for individuals that are really, showing out and making sure that they're providing some of the electricity that we love to see during these overall events. Gonna be really cool though. I mean, so before we kind of jump in, we obviously need to talk about the rosters themselves here. You've already mentioned a couple of newbies, so to speak, in terms of being at this level, this stage, that are kind of popping off at the table. Who else do you have your eye on though, in terms of maybe regulars that we've had before or other new players that you think could maybe be a difference maker today?
I'm gonna say that I'm a really big fan of Team 7, Tokyo, Jeff, Peanut, and it says Dipugag there, but that's actually Holy Father, who is like the biggest BR player in the world right now. Team 7 for me is like a clear shot fan favorite. However, to win it, I'm gonna have to put my trust in either Team 9 or Team 4.
Okay. I was going to say Team 9 was, just looking at it on paper, it was one that I was kind of excited to see play. I also just have to say that Bobby did a nice job of getting 3 other players that could carry him through today. So that's always good news for Team 1. And I'm excited, I think, to kind of, again, learn more about some of the newer names that we have on the page here. So it'll be really fun. So again, 10 teams of 4 all the way through these 5 drops that we have building up for us. Before we start jumping into lobby number 1, of course, waiting for the players to get all loaded up, Ferg, you got to give me your impression of the map itself. What are you looking forward to in terms of the points of interest? Because I know my personal favorite, I'm looking at the play park, the zoo. I just think aesthetically super fun. Also, just a lot of really cool cubbies you can get in and out of. What has been your favorite spot to drop into?
I'd say the best place to land and also the best place to fight is Sanatorium. It is massive. There's so much verticality. There's rooms you can hide in on. Oh, I absolutely love that area. Fingers crossed we get a zone that ends in Sanatorium, because it will be a hectic end game for sure.
I'm really curious to see how many teams are going to try to land up top north towards Parish, because as much as the map, it feels at times very small. If you go up to that northwest corner where Parish is, there's not any other major POIs around you. So you're going to have to play the rotation game, which we've often seen can be the demise of a number of squads if you just kind of get yourself caught off guard, or if you don't get the loot that you want. So yeah, I think I'd be really curious, because I think this map has really brought together the quick, fast-paced, close quarter battles that we've seen in others before, while still feeling like you do have to rotate correctly if you want to find yourself in the final circle by the end.
Yeah, Parish is interesting because there are basically no mobility transport vehicles ready for use other than the snowboard. But then again, there's not that many really good snowboard players in the world, except for, as I mentioned before, Holy Father and the entire 4K roster are all like snowboard users. But there's just no cars, there's no choppers, there's no jets, there's nothing on the ground or anything for you to pick up other than that snowboard. So if you land Parish and you don't get one of those, and the zone ends up going to the bottom right side of the map over by Sanatorium, you're kind of screwed.
What are you liking so far in terms of weapon loadouts? I mean, what have you seen kind of the players be preferring to use? Is there a meta that's starting to develop on this map compared to other BRs? Kind of give me your thought process on strengths of weaponry in this map.
Well, if you can actually get a loadout, then it's a surefire AK-117 all day, every day. But, oh man, the chances of everyone in a team getting a loadout are slim at best, because they barely drop on Krai.
All right, well, things to keep an eye out. Are you, okay, speaking of that then, just easy segue before we jump into lobby number 1. If you were to find any ground loot weapon, what are you hoping you find right off the drop?
Probably an OTS with an X-Mag. An SMG OTX with an X-Mag in Sanatorium, and I'm camping and holding angles, waiting for the best players in the world to walk around the corner and catch them off guard, because I'm not trying to take 50-50 fights with these guys, dude. I need all the advantage I can get, so I'll be camping in the corner with the OTS.
Yeah, I feel you on that. I would be doing the exact same thing, so I totally get you there. So yeah, that's what we got in front of us here. Again, 5 total drops. We will be kind of giving some shout outs to other things that have happened throughout the 5 years of COD Mobile, of course, and still what's to come. I know everyone's getting really excited about what Season 10 has to offer, but I'm pumped. I'm pumped to keep doing this, especially with the likes of yourself. It's going to be fun to see our regulars kind of step up and take on some of the newbies here today to this point. Anything else, just kind of give the rundown in terms of your experience, either creating the content or jumping in and playing on your own when it comes to this map compared to others. Like, do you feel like there are certain play styles or certain particular things you need to be keeping your eye on for Krai as compared to maps previous that we've celebrated COD Mobile on before?
I would say that Krai's kind of just a hodgepodge mix-max of Alcatraz and Isolated. It's close and far ranges, like you said about Parish. You have to rotate in and out around the map there. There's lots of long-range fights, and then Sanatorium, like we mentioned, even up to the right-hand side being Zoo as well. Super, super close-range fights. Honestly, the way I see teams using this, using the map to fight is going to be based around the zip line that goes from Zoo the whole way down to the bottom of Sanatorium. And that's like your only non-vehicle form of transport, and even then, like, it doesn't even go to Parish. So like you were saying, anyone that lands in the top left, I don't think it will be a hot drop, but anyone that lands on it will either get screwed out of kills, or they'll get an insane amount of placement points because the zone will shift up to them. And I'm pretty sure first place gets 30 points, and that's equal to 30 kills, and because you get 1 point per kill. So it'll be interesting to see if anyone actually lands up there, because it is a good POI for loot. Like, you'll come out of there stacked, but whether or not you'll get the zone is a whole different box of frogs.
No, I'm glad that box of frogs. I've never heard that before. Where did you?
Bro, chat. No, my chat knows all about it.
That's a whole thing. I'm glad you brought up the point system, though, because that's the one thing we haven't really fully talked about yet. So yes, for first place, just finishing there, 30 points, 1 point per kill. So you figure that placement's going to be very heavily rewarded today. But as you start to go down the list, 22 points for second, 18 for third, 14 for fourth. So even if you find yourself finishing in the top half of the overall lobby as a squad, there's still a vast difference between finishing in fourth and finishing in first. So those top two, top three spots are going to be super crucial today in terms of finishing with good placements.
I think first place will be the deciding factor. If teams can come away with 2 wins out of the 5, I think they'll be in a really solid spot to just take home the win. Because I used to play professional BR in an actual pro team for Tier 1 Org or whatever, it was Cloud9, and our team always agreed, the kills will come. Just set yourself up in a place in the map and the kills will come. Do not go out for the kills, just set up to win and you will always find them. So whatever team does that is going to come home with the victory.
I think especially in formats like this where there's not like a multiplier, it is just a flat points race. Yeah, I agree with you. I've said the exact same words myself in other titles where it's just like, put yourself in the best spot possible. You're going to find the kills you need to kind of help boost your placement points just a touch. So if those are the things that are going on, and here we go. I think we're just hearing from production. The game is starting to load up. So for the first time ever here on the 5th anniversary of Call of Duty Mobile and the Krai Battle Royale Invitational, we're going to see what some of the most elite players in COD Mobile Battle Royale have to offer for this brand new map in more of a competition form. So I see Ferg's already getting close to the edge of his seat. I'm going to say,
bro,
go.
Bro's calling me out, bro. I'm excited.
I'm here for it, dude. These are always a heck of a time. So here we go. Let's load on in for our first drop of Krai. Again, 10 4-man squads, $30,000 with 5 total drops. And we're going to start things off to see what Wagner Jopol's able to do here. Team that we didn't really talk much about. What's your thoughts on this squad that we're starting on board with?
I'm not sure, but I actually just switched it over to 4K because I want to see where they land off drop so that we can see the storyline of arguably the best Asian team in the game currently. It actually looks like they're going Parish. Exactly where we said before, bro. No way.
I mean, there is that element, though, of like, if it's not going to be a super hot drop, which, to be fair, there are... I think it's just them? Yeah, I think one other team is going to try to challenge them up here. So there's going to be a little bit of a battle. 3 total teams trying to fight for this spot on the north side. And hey, if you win it, you're going to be in a good spot, but this is going to get a little mixy.
It is going to get very mixy because Lowtex's squad is also there. And they were the 2 picks that I chose to win the entire event. So if they get into a fight early game, my picks are out the window.
Well, it's one of those things that these teams are also going to learn each other just a little bit more as the tournament goes on. Not to mention, Swifter's involved in this tournament. He also was the first one to drop, so not the greatest to start for Swift. But team is still very healthy as we head over. It's just going to be Lex waiting for Swifter to come back in. So talking about his squad, this is where they find themselves in seeing if they can kind of play a little bit of recovery after an early mixy fight at the drop.
Yeah, luckily there's Revive Flight on, so these players can come back if one player does stay alive in their roster very late into the game, which is actually why I think they put a lot of points into the placements of teams, because there will be a lot of kills throughout each game, simply because people can just get revived back in.
Definitely seems the case, so just looting up, trying to stay a little bit safer. As you can kind of see it just looking across their field of vision, there are a handful of teams nearby. But back up towards the parish, and you can see everyone's very aware that this is not as safe as maybe they would have expected it to be. And how about it? Opening snipe, that's going to hit onto Swifter again. And looks like there's going to be a bit of a push up here as there's shots hanging just over the top of this kind of field towards the backside of the church.
Absolutely, and these teams are the two of the best in the game as well. You've got COD Ninja in there with Magic and Parker. Oh, wow, okay. I don't think either of these people will fight shift these teams because they want to make it to the late game, and they're probably scared of another one aping them out and getting the full squad wipe. Especially since some of them have a little bit of a server disadvantage.
Oh, that's a good point. I mean, the ping is going to come into play for sure, especially considering how global these rosters are. But the interesting thing about it, looking at it from our pink team's perspective here, is they don't just have a team to their left. They also have to rotate in and around this team that's kind of holding towards the outside elements of Parrish. Snipes out, a couple of tags, armor just going to get pinged a little bit. Nothing too serious as our first airdrop's about to arrive.
This is absolutely awful for every single team involved, Shift, because there's three of the best, and the zone is not in Parrish. Like we said before the game started, if you land in Parrish and you don't get the zone, bro, you are cooked. And that's exactly what is going to happen here, as all three of those teams are sat outside the first zone and will need to work their way in. Oh, no.
Oh, boy. Well, see how this all unfolds. As the movement has to start coming through. Yep, you hear it. The sword gets pulled out, and now it's just time to start running. And honestly, the window was maybe okay for them to actually get some ground cover without being seen, but we'll transition over as all of our teams are now a little bit more on the move. Nothing too serious in terms of overall damage to the lobby. We still have all 40 players alive, all 10 teams still good to go, so nothing crazy yet with the revive flight like you mentioned. And honestly, the kill feed's been pretty quiet, so we've got a pretty slow lobby, but this first rotation we'll start to see more action.
This team that we switched to here, Swifter's team, they've actually rotated below Parrish. So all of those teams are going to need to go into Swifter's team if they want to get into the zone. And the people who we were just watching actually got in a little bit of a gunfight. They traded, but they are still all alive for now.
Yeah. You can kind of see one team on the right-hand side.
Yeah, one team we actually haven't checked yet, which is also up there at the tippity top of the leaderboards, in my opinion, is Team 8, which has Ackman, aka Idiot, and along with Senior J, who has also won one of my $10,000 tournaments before last summer. He is an insanely underrated player. And like we spoke about before, are a lot of really small creators from 5 to 20,000 followers in this tournament just because of how great they are at the game.
Sounds like there's a little bit of personal bias coming out. He wins your tournament, now you want him to win the big one.
Well, of course. Well, bro, he won. Like, we had insane players in all of 3 of those tournaments. So if they can win this as well, they're cracked. Oh, there's a fight coming in here,
Shift. A little bit of a building battle, yep. And the first, it's outside 4K. And yeah, the follow-up is good. So damage has been dealt here to the squad. A couple players still kneeling up, but no, there we go. That's a full kill coming through.
Wipe. They are out, and the shots are still going down. Yeah. That's the 4K team we were just watching before. Remember I said they need to rotate down from Parrish straight into the luxury houses down below? Unfortunately, Swifter's team were there, and it looks like Tribe, Veg, Narco, and the boys just cooked them up.
There's still more action on the way here, though, as it looks like maybe someone from 4K was still alive. And we've got one team that's been fully eliminated, but yeah, someone from 4K was able to anchor and get them back involved. So now it's just down to what do you do from here, because you're not really going to be in the spot to go confirm your loot that you already had. You got to do this the hard way, and yeah, they're just going to go the long way around, see if they can find a way to try to keep this safe, play off the drop, and just try to reset this lobby.
Absolutely. And as you can see, the bottom side of Parrish is in the zone, and everyone has managed to rotate into that thus far, from teams Low-Tech, Holy Father, and Noah.
And there also, you saw one team is kind of at the very bottom left is maybe setting themselves up to see if, hey, if this thing continues to pull further down, we're going to be in the best possible spot. That's kind of down there over towards the left of Sanatorium, those like that little 6-pack of buildings.
They're about to fight for a loadout here, Shift. It's 4K versus 4K. The 2 best Asian teams in the world, dude. Oh my gosh.
Opening shots. Smoke's making a bit of a mess of this. And there's a bit of a flank on the backside of this hill. So it looks like they're going to kind of back off the first fight and try to isolate down low. Really good call, as they're going to have a great angle here. Yep, there's the first knock. And now it's just down to trying to clean things up as the rest of the battle is still underway.
Absolutely. The first 4K roster is at a little bit of an advantage here, especially since Father is still alive, destroying everyone of the competition. Another falls down. That leaves only Winter left, and he's going to run away, rotate out of that situation, but there's snowboards following him. Like I said before, the snowboards are key for transportation. Luckily for Winter, that's a completely different team on a snowboard right now. But 4K are looking for their counterpart roster, their sub, their bench, if you must. being Winter.
This little slippery little snake here is like, just don't look at me. Don't look at me.
Absolutely. He's got one back, so he's good to go. And now another fight's going to come through. This is a great roster as well. Slayer, one of the other best EU Battle Royale players, is in the team right in front of Winter here, along with Holy Father and his whole roster up above.
I was getting some good information here, to be sure, but yeah, here's the rotation back in. And this is a wide open fight. Just a little bit of this cliff and hilltop to play off of. Looks like there's a lot of teams actually trying to vie for position to get this high ground spot locked underneath them. But at the moment, it's just trying to figure out where everyone is. Nice, clean opening shots. Immediate knock as we're starting to find ourselves down on total players in the lobby. This is where we're going to start to see some of these squads get fully eliminated.
Winter actually stole that knock onto COD Narco right there because he got the full kill while Narco was knocked on the ground, and the rest of the team has just rotated out of the situation entirely. But Winter, I believe, is still down there. He is. Like you said, being a slippery little snake, he was able to use his SVD, get the kill onto the knock already there, and steal a kill point off of the main 4K roster.
And on top of that, he's kind of found himself a little slice of paradise down there. No one's really even looking for him or maybe even knows that he's down there. So that could lead to potential placement points as the rotation continues to go a little bit deeper in towards the villages themselves. And at the moment, there's a lot of comfort here for our team rotating in.
There is, but they're right beside Slayer's roster. And another 4K team, the bench, is right beside them too.
It looks like they may have an idea that there could be players just kind of rotating towards this building, so they're going to set themselves up pretty nicely here. Hello, how are you? Thanks for playing.
Dear.
Try to camp in a corner, not going to work out, and now they've got a good piece of building to work with, and you can see it on the minimap on the top right. They are just inside the circle, so that quick rotation is going to work out nicely for them.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, if they don't get the next zone, they're going to be a hard fight against the main 4K roster.
Now, for now, it's going to be camp and hold and wait a little bit longer. Everyone else has to rotate back over, and you can see that 4K team is doing exactly what this team here is. It's just hold the third-person angles, try to see what you can see, lock down this spot, hope that the circle keeps pulling towards you as we get closer to the late game.
Yeah, they were divvying up bullets right there as well. That is a common problem on this map. If you're in team versus team fights, you run out of bullets super, super fast. And that's something to take into consideration as you get into the end game. Because if you spam away all your bullets before you get into that late game, you're going to have none to shoot to get the win.
Well, rotating through this, they're on the fast side of the circle. Lots of damage kind of chipping away as they try to make their way into the circle. And they're still not fully in. So more rotations to come. And again, this is completely blind. They have no idea what's in front of them. And wouldn't you figure... as they rotate to the bottom side of the street, they're going to rotate right to that previous team that we were on board with. So there will be likely a battle here pretty soon as they get into the circle.
Yep. Not only that, on the left side of the street as well, there's another team. Noah's roster are over there as well. So Winter's, I mean, his entire team are just going to get completely destroyed. There's nowhere that they can go. Luckily for Winter, it's only ticking for 2, but he needs to get in right now or he's also going to die.
Yeah, he's in some trouble for sure. Definitely
he does have the medic though. So
yeah,
he can stay outside of the zone.
It just is, we see this a lot in like the regular Warzone space where it's, you sit here, you place down, your PDS in the Warzone space, you stay in the circle a little bit longer than you would anticipate, and then as soon as this next circle moves, hopefully the players that are in front of you will try to avoid that gas and you can kind of rotate behind them. That seems to be the play right now, just trying to extend his life as long as possible.
Absolutely. And coming on board with Father Ali's team, they've took high ground on Sanatorium, which is an insanely overpowered spot. You have a head glitch up here to use. You can third-person peek through out the entire map. And if you look at the zone, that's all there is left to it. Not only that, they can rotate using either zipline or just jump and parachute down in with their wing glider. And you're good to go. There's lots of different areas they can get out of this situation. And for now, they can get all the info they need to understand where they want to actually land on in order to place higher at the end of this lobby.
Yeah, the timing of this rotation is going to be everything for Father Ali and his boys because there are 3 other teams that look like they're right below him. So, yeah, if you find yourself flying in and 3 teams are looking at you, good luck, have fun. As now everyone starts to focus in towards that little 6-pack of houses, which is where the main central part of this next circle is about to be. And as we see it, again, it's just everyone kind of holding their space. No one wants to do anything crazy as finally we head back over to Winter, but there's just nowhere he could go. Yeah, completely chewed up, and he will be eliminated.
Absolutely nothing he could have done there. He needed to get into zone. He tried to use the medic, but it just wasn't enough. It honestly seems like Holy Father's got a terrible position with his team right down here, but that little crevice that they can use will come to an extreme advantage for them, especially as more teams fight each other and they don't need to take any contact. They can just play for those placements.
You can kind of see it on the map there for a second. This circle is actually going to allow them to play on this beach line pretty easily. So it may not feel comfortable because you're technically out in the open, but they're staying prone underneath a lot of sight lines. They're going to see a team coming quickly if they decide to try to push down towards beach at them. So it's a weird spot to be in, but pretty comfortable at the moment. As yes, I think you're absolutely right. All the fighting that we're really going to be focused on is right here on the interior. Smoke making a mess of this battle as trying to land the shots. Here comes the help around the back, and it's a messy fight. Trades happening on both sides, and it's not just one, it's not just two. There are 3, 4 teams in the vicinity, and it's just absolute chaos inside.
If anyone decided to push into this team right now, they would be able to get 3 kills instantly, but I think everyone's so scared of losing those placement points, especially when first place is worth 30 total.
Well, full revive comes through, so the squad will stay alive after that battle. We still have 7 of our 10 teams still alive and ready to battle. And here as it looks towards the next shrinkage of the zone.
The zone actually shifts on Krai. It's the first 4 Battle Royale inside of Call of Duty Mobile, so if everyone doesn't die in the smallest zone, we get a shift right on over on top of a village here. This isn't looking good, and SMRS is going to go down. No. Cod Ninja's is able to pick up Panachi, and they're going to get pushed.
Yeah, it's really tough situations here. That circle moving up to the north, you have to move, and you have to move quickly here if you're 4K. And even Holy Father saying, we might need to just try to move this thing out of the zone, but it is chipping hard right now.
Absolutely.
A little bit of health off the medic, but this is a tough rotation.
It really is. They're going to need to use the smoke bomber to their advantage, and also the medic, which another player on their team is using, Panachi, who's also known as Peanut on TikTok. They're making good work of this. I'll be honest, I thought that they were going to get targeted a little bit more by Cod Ninja's team, especially when he got the knock with the SMRS, and there was another player weak, but they're about to push into Veg's team, and the shots are going to go down. King Nee is going to get absolutely obliterated from the side. Veg's already been knocked by a different player. They might be able to get the full kill on both of them. It looks like they're going to go for it straight away. There it is. Tokyo, unfortunately, has been shot from behind, and now it leaves only 3 on this team up in the end game. The smoke bomber isn't available just yet for Holy Father, but as we get closer to the tiniest circle in the game, things are about to get dicey.
And they still have to scale this tower. So as we go over to loading, this is one of the players that you were kind of picking apart on. He's already around the backside of this circle. This is a great spot for him to be. So now it's just down to what can he do from here? Can he lock things down? Smoke is into place, and well, this is going to be just what can he pick apart from this high ground position as everyone has to rotate towards him.
I don't think he's in a good spot. I think the best spot that we can currently see right now is with 4K, because if we pull up the map, they can actually rotate right into the next zone, and they have a crevice to use here on the cliff face. If they don't win this game, I'd actually view it as a disappointment. Them, along with Ackman, Senior J Balor, their roster, which I'll switch to right now, they also have the best spot currently. And there's only 11 people alive, so that's over half of the people are pretty much in these teams.
Yeah, we saw it there kind of as loading drop down to the final 4 teams. So these 11 squads are still relatively, or these 11 players rather, are a part of some pretty healthy full-on squads. So we're going to get some absolute crazy battles as Panchito and the rest of the team is going to be pushed out from behind this rock. Ooh, looking a little bit dicey on this rotation in, but the smoke actually allows them a chance to kind of give some ground to work with.
Tourney, please don't take it personal. Please be respectful. Have fun, everyone. Let's go. No, fuck you, Ryan. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Can we pin that?
Well, here we go. Final fight here. 4K still alive, and well,
that match ended quick.
There it is.
That's literally like dead center. Not
Are we on stream?
We were watching. I think it sounds like Bobby's stream. Not sure where we
no,
kind of finished off right
Holy
there.
Father's team won, bro.
They did?
Hey, no way.
I couldn't tell.
Yeah, either could I, bro. I wanted to see them win. No! But they won. They took home the W. Holy Father got 4. Super Jeff got 3. Peanut and Tokyo combined for a total of a goose egg. But still a phenomenal performance from the fan favorite of mine, being Holy Father, aka the 4K roster, 4 Kings. And not too sure where their second subdivision team placed, but I'm happy to see them on top for game number 1.
Crazy scenes considering that, you know, you go back 2 minutes ago, we were talking about them being trapped on that beach. They looked like they were going to get pushed. Everything was going wrong. Then all of a sudden you run through Vague Squad. You find yourself still scaling the mountain somehow, some way. And I think the biggest thing about it, watching that push kind of towards Vague's team, the team shots were on point. It wasn't just one player. It wasn't just two. Everyone was out there gunning. So really clean stuff from them. And that's now a lot of points secured. Again, 30 points for first. And to your point, Ferg, you were sitting there and saying, you win or finish maybe top 3 in 2-3 lobbies, you have a good, clear path of how you win this tournament today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if they get another win in the bag, they will be clear favorites, not only by the fans, but just in terms of the standings and the leaderboards going over to the rest of this tournament. 100%.
So taking a look at the other results here as our producers have put it in. So yeah, 4K wins the lobby at 7 total kills. Then you've also got Balor and Cedar and Eddie. They finished second with a pretty good amount of kills overall. They actually had 11 total kills, so good on them. And then in third place, you had Vague and Slayer and Narco and those boys, and they finished with 7 total eliminations as well. So that's your top 3, which is where I think a lot of the points are really going to be, I think, distributed throughout the entirety of the day. I think top 4 feels okay, but I think those top 3 in particular, that's where a lot of the breadwinning is going to be done today, Ferg.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we discussed, a lot of the best teams are pretty much on the top here. I'm looking forward to game number 2, not going to lie. Good performance from Slayer himself. He got 3, along with King Nee. An interesting situation is occurring, though, with one of the underrated players that I did mention earlier, Senor J, getting 6 kills, being the top fragger of the entire game 1. And he's one of the smallest creators in this, one of the smallest pros in the world that is actually a top caliber player. So it's very good to see him performing well in front of the main stage.
Yeah, good looks all the way through, but Team 4K is the squad to take the first opening drop. Again, we've got plenty to come. We still have another 4. In fact, that's how the math works. You take away 1 out of 5 and there's 4 left. But before we jump into our second overall lobby, again, lots of hype being built up for Season 10 of Call of Duty Mobile. And with that, we also have a launch trailer ready to go for Season 10. So you'll keep your eye on this because the Season 10 launch trailer is live and ready to go. So enjoy it. Here we go.
As long as we can stay consistent, we'll have a decent way to like get some win under our belt in the next 2 games. Yeah, it's 5.
You're all I need.
friends, to the 5th anniversary of Call of Duty Mobile and the Krai Battle Royale Invitational. I'm Shift, that's Ferg. And again, a little bit of working out the kinks here. Brand new map, thing of the nature. We have gone through and made sure that that extended break, we could bring better quality overall gameplay to you guys. So we'll hopefully have that straight and ready to go. Ferg, you've already talked about it a little bit at the post-game analysis. This 4K team, keep your eye on them. They're nasty. They had a really tough rotation at the end of the game, still found a way to win. Walk me through it.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought they were going to get aped by COD Ninja and his roster, but they got a couple of knocks onto them and decided not to push in. And by the time they could probably even think of about what was happening, the zone was pushing that team also, which gave them a nice rotate up into Vig, and then they were able to dominate from there. One thing I do want to point out, though, is COD Mobile actually sent me these cards that you guys just seen on your screen. I'm going to go through. We got Objective Player. I'm definitely not that guy. Who's this? The Sniper? You know what? I'm going to leave this to Bobby, even though nobody talks about his snipes anymore. Next up, we got the Attacker, which is definitely a fire card. The Camper, which can also be related to, I guess, Shift, like he said.
I'll own it. I'll own it.
And then the majority of the scene probably likes this one the best, which is the Rusher. Funnily enough, he's not rushing anywhere. Yeah, it is clean. I love these cards.
Camping. He's actually kneeling and camping.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting move by them.
Well, maybe one of these
super
days,
cool.
One of these days, I'll go from camper to rusher. Hard to say. Might happen, might not happen. But as you kind of see at the bottom, just to kind of give you guys a reiteration of what we're doing here today, we've got 40 teams, $30,000 over 5 drops. So we're down through 1. This is how the score is starting to shake up to this point, though. As we said, for Team 4K, they get the 30 points for being in first at the end of that drop, and they finished with 9 total kills. So 39 points for those boys. 33, though, like we mentioned, for Senior J and Ackman and Valor. They found a ton of kills, and that allows them to keep the gap pretty tight, and even all the way down through 4th. The top 3 teams definitely standing out, mostly because of their color, but do not sleep on the team that finished in 4th there. For Groen and Panchito, they did also finish in 4th with a number of eliminations, so really good stuff from our top 4 teams. Anything else kind of popping off at you there, Ferg, as we're looking through our teams and how they fare after the first drop?
Yeah, I'd absolutely say that the second place team so far, being Ackman's, is definitely the dark horse, because for some reason, I looked at the roster and I was like, they have 3 good players and 1 random. But then I realized that the random is actually Balor, and he's also been grinding BR like the last 3 to 6 months, and I completely forgot about it. But that team is star-studded and should definitely be looked at throughout this match.
Well, so far, so good. I think for all of those top 4 teams, elimination-wise, they're going to feel pretty solid about it. Plus, of course, we also had 6 teams in that final circle rotating over towards that top hillside. So everyone definitely is throwing in the consideration for making sure you place highly. That's definitely the most coveted part of it. But like we said, 5 total drops, which means we have a handful more to go. And drop number 2 is just about ready to go for us. We saw, kind of surprisingly so, a number of squads go up towards Parish. We didn't really think that was going to be the case. Maybe 1 or 2, but we had 3 teams fighting for it. We'll see off of this opening drop line if that will be the same.
Yeah, I think they were all thinking that nobody else would land there and that they could play good for loot and also get a great placement position, but that just wasn't the case. They ended up all destroying each other. Luckily, though, every single team that was up there ended up getting revived, with the exception of a team down below being Swifters that ended up dying in Village.
And yeah, Swifters team, I'm not going to lie, they were getting farmed a little bit early on, so we'll see if they decide to do something a little bit different in terms of trying to stay a little bit safer. But we will start on board with Eddie and Balor and the team that you really highlighted nicely in terms of not their only ability to place, but also find good eliminations. And they have gotten most of this Sanatorium main building for free to this point. Good armor loot, good weapon loot, looking pretty tight.
Absolutely. Ackman and his roster, like I said, they're dark horses for sure. It just blurred past my mind that Balor is actually a really good BR player too. So they actually have 4 insanely talented players on that roster.
I like it. See how things go here in terms of what they find and how they decide to move once we eventually get the circle. As actually, we talked about it for a moment, Groen's team, they are off to an early battle, and clean shots coming through. 2 knocks immediately. Those will immediately turn into finishes, and that will send Groen's team back to try to anchor to make sure they can stay in this game.
this might actually be them wrapped. If they're able to get the kill onto Panchito, that's going to be the whole roster eliminated, I'm pretty sure. They're out.
Wow. Yeah.
I
That
don't see any
is
of them
not
left.
what you want to see. Yeah.
Absolutely
No,
not. And Lalui there ended up getting 2 players off that roster, even though they had a medic giving them health. He was able to take down both of them, which is insane, especially when all you have is one wall of cover. Pretty much unheard of. So great star power there from him.
Yeah, really clean opener. Really devastating to finish that quickly out in 10th place. I don't even know if they had a single kill. So for the team that we were looking at saying, hey, they had a pretty decent opening lobby, now they have to immediately try to find a way to probably recovery through the rest of this event after finishing 10th with maybe a kill or 2 at most. And we head back over towards the rest of the gangs that find themselves fighting in the early side of this. Swifter once again knocked and out, so his team's already in trouble again, as there seems to be pretty good focus that this is going to turn into a full team fight.
Absolutely. I believe that's COD Ninja and the boys up there on top, just south of Zoo, which is another heavily contested POI. I'm unsure if they will third-party this, but Father Ali, it would be in his best interest to go with the team and get them from behind, because they're still hard focused on Lex's dad, which is one of the last players on that Swifter roster.
Well, the hunt is on. Rotation's still coming through, though, for both sides. But you can definitely see the pursuit is here. And, okay, shots
He
are coming
ran
through.
into him!
And wow, literally, that's the worst-case scenario. Then now the third party is well and truly alive. Medic drops. Shots from the high ground, looking pretty clean, chipping away at the armor. And the rest of the team has now joined. And this is going to turn into a full-on flood situation. They got to stand their ground and fight.
Absolutely. The medic came down there for Father Ali. He was able to get all of his teammates healed up while they were getting shot at, which was superb mechanical skill from him. But he's rotating out of the situation here. Surprisingly, I thought he was going to take the fight, considering there was 3-3 up. But now with all 4 players revived on COD Ninja's team, he's trying to land the snipes. Neither of them land. This is a very bad situation. He couldn't saved his teammate's life being Bobby plays. And now they're in a seriously bad deficit when it comes to player count.
When the third party goes wrong. Unreal.
Absolutely.
And in fact, there's actually another third party onto this battle, so kind of shoes on the other foot here all of a sudden. But okay, that's Molay that actually gets taken down, and that's enough for everyone to kind of hit a bit of a pause and say, hold on a second, let's not get too over aggressive. Third party peek, shots are out, a couple of tags, trying to keep himself alive with the smoke.
Oh, the smoke bomber doesn't come through because Magic also has it, and he can see him through the smoke. Luckily for them, that wasn't a team wipe, because they did get revived straight back into the match, as Father Ali did stay alive long enough. Aerith was the first to go back, and then as soon as he died, the rest of them came back. So he's still alive for now, but they didn't get any kills onto the opposing team being COD Ninja. However, they did get the one onto Lex's dad.
Yeah.
Who are also still in Zoo.
So what, with 3 total teams still trying to rotate through this? It's kind of hard to see.
Yeah.
Do you have the map that you could look at real quick to see where this circle's going to pull?
Absolutely, it's going over to Parish. And there's only one team there. Can you take a guess who it is?
Go frickin' figure. Well, sensitivity settings are important, friends. And it looks like things are pretty calm and casual, as Loading and the boys, Noah Sunday and them, are in pretty comfortable positions right now. I mean, they've got all 4 players just kind of scouting things out, and if you are comfortable enough to pull out your settings while you're in the middle of a drop, you should know that you're probably pretty safe.
Yeah, absolutely. They're in a really good spot. Along with the 4K Holy Fathers team, they are just south of Parish, closer to the side of Village, and with both of those teams in zone looking good, they're probably going to finish with a lot of points in game number 2. There is, however, a few teams outside of the zone as well, which they need to rotate into. But I don't think there will be any battles on the rotates, because it is that first zone, so they should be good to get in.
Yeah, and it's kind of one of those, you pick and you choose early, like the Noah's team has, versus we're going to put ourselves inside a Parish, and if it does rotate in, we're going to be the best possible spot. But if it doesn't really hurt you too much, because what's in front of you is just open ground where everyone's going to have to fight. So it's a good choice here, I'd say, for Noah's team, just to kind of lock down Parish, and especially one of these front buildings, to where they can maybe get a read in terms of any teams that decide to rotate into them, as we have 10 more seconds until the next circle starts to move, and we'll start to really learn about what exactly the end game is going to possibly look like.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that they didn't decide to rotate up into the, I think it's the church up on top of Parish, because a couple of them do have snipers, and they probably could get a bunch of free kills over there.
Well, jump over and see how Mr. Bobby Plays is doing. We saw that their team was in a little bit of trouble in that third-party situation from earlier, but they're back to being all 4 alive as Holy Potter up in the kill feed has found himself in a battle with Vague's team by the look of it. Able to secure a couple of kills, and that's actually 2 of Vague's team down and out as Bobby and the rest of the boys now all of a sudden are realizing that they are being chased, and the shots are clean for Bobby. Able to push back this push, and he's got help nearby too, so smokes will go out, and this will be down to just making sure you're fighting in the best spot. "4K's team also in a little bit of trouble. And yeah, Father Ali's in there. So that's going to be another knock and possibly team out of this second drop. Saw Senior J was a part of that battle for a while. And well, back over to Bobby's POV. He's just locking things down. Knows that this team that was pushing behind him is in this little building off to the side. Don't know if we've gotten our first grenade kill bounty yet. That might land nicely. Doesn't quite. And this is just a full spread. They want to try to fight this out. You can definitely tell that this is prime opportunity off of this fence line just to stay over the top and see if they could do some major damage to this team that was trying to chase him. And as the circle starts to move again, they are going to actually rotate along the cliffside to get more into the center. Ferg, did I lose you?
No, I'm still here. I'm just fixing my gameplay. But yeah, I just agree with what you said. I have nothing to add on the topic of the situation. But I'm really hoping to see what goes and happens over on Holy Father's team, because as you were talking there, they were actually able to get a bunch of different kills onto Narco's squad. However, speaking of kills, it looks like Bobby Plays is actually going to get one onto Lex's dad. Surprisingly, Bobby's making a comeback here.
Yeah, it's clean shots. And this is an interesting idea in terms of how you rotate, trying to move towards Parish along the back side. And you mentioned earlier, for Noah Sunday's team, a bit peculiar with sniper rifles in hand that they weren't trying to play off the church. That is really the only major sightline they have to be worried about as they make this rotation around the backside of Parish. Now, this circle will pull them a little bit further away from that church, but it does look that they want to try to make their way in from the top side of Parish and work their way down. So, interesting call, but this could very well lead to them having to fight and clear buildings on their way into this next circle.
Yeah, I think they'll be good for now. I don't really think anything will happen too bad here. They have an easy rotate in.
So far, so good. And yep, that's exactly the case. Just from high ground to low ground, just making sure that they do run into somebody, they'll be in a spot to hold some elevation on them.
There's also
I haven't seen anyone yet.
Yeah, there's also no people in the middle of the zone right now. So if anyone was to go over and take that telephone or telegraph tower, depending on what you want to call it, they would actually have a clear line of sight on the top of that hill. There is a couple of different places you can use for cover up there, like the shack. And since there's no teams up there, you're good to go.
We'll take a look as we jump on board with JHC. And they also find themselves kind of in the shadows of this circle. A little bit safer on as they try to make a play for these warehouse buildings just on the right side of the map. But looks like there is battle here, or at least there was remnants of one from before. And the loot's good, let's be honest there. And yep, they've already cleaned up a couple. So yeah, this is looking pretty solid. The kill numbers, maybe not as high as you would have expected, considering where they find themselves. But once more, again, placement's everything.
It looks like they're going to be choosing.
Next, all 4 players still alive and healthy and feeling pretty confident, not even bothering, knowing that likely they're probably by themselves. And now again, take a look at where this mini-map circle is going to push everyone towards. Playing on the outsides of the circle for now has been good. I think just more importantly, you've cleared out your backside just a touch, but how do you work your way into this circle, which seems to be kind of out in the middle of the open? You see the bottom sides of Parish are starting to find themselves out of the circle, and yep, here comes the battle. I got what I assume would be Noah's team in this building that they're looking at the moment, but Bobby's team is also kind of rotating in from this position, and you can see the footsteps of players now making their way towards this next circle. This is a great spot for JHC and boys to be. I mean, they are in a perfect spot to watch these two teams rotate out.
Are you watching COD Ninja? Shift.
Lots of shots being thrown as most gun from the 4K team has been downed and taken care of. XPR in hand for Magic.
Okay.
And this is, again, just spraying shots, a couple of tags here and there. This zone will start to tickle just a little bit harder as it moves into this next circle in 30 seconds. So this is the key moment here for this squad on top. And I think the thing about it is they're taking a lot of shots. They need to be careful they're not being pushed at from behind. You can see all 4 players are right on top of this hill, but just be cautious because the circle they still actually need to rotate into as well.
Yeah, luckily for them, they took that high ground position that I was talking about before up by the telegraph part and the shack. So they're actually in a pretty solid position to actually take the entire game for game number 2.
Just comes down to who might be behind them. So here we go. More action on the way as we head over to Noah's POV. He was one of the teams inside of the parish, and you can see that they are just hanging on inside this circle. They also know that they have to rotate in through that kind of high ground position, and that is not an easy feat to do. As Cod Ninja, he's been in the feed quite a handful of times here. And okay, how about this? So we saw from JHC's perspective, there could be a third-party situation for them because this has to be Noah and Bobby's team fighting each other just in the insides of Parish.
Yeah, absolutely. And Bobby Plays is going to get knocked right there. And it seems as if that third party is going to come through as well from behind. There are multiple different teams shooting at this team fight in particular from all sorts of angles as another player gets eliminated by Lotex, and Akaz is trying to pick up another 4K player as well.
Yeah, so both the 4K teams are fighting against each other. And, well, Bobby's team is still fighting, but it's not looking good, I'll say that much. As you've got Noah's team still very healthy, trying to keep themselves fully alive. It's just one player to get down by, I believe it's just the zone, but that's no problem getting the revive. Now the difficult part, how do you rotate it? You see GHC has already taken care of Conscript again, so this has got to be one of those moments where you have to hope that you can just survive through the smoke and come out better for it.
100%. And like I said before, 4K's up on that hill along with Magic on different opposite sides of it, and they're all spamming in to try and get easy free frags onto this roster that we're watching here with Loading just camping, playing super safe, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think.
No, not at all. The kill feed is just popping off right now. The 4K squad in a little bit of trouble as Noah gets finished. Slayer still alive and well as he took down Holy Father, and that's 7th place. I mean, this is a late game situation. That was a 7th place finish, so we still have a number of teams still in the mix, even though there was only 14 players total remaining. And we see it from K9 Magic's perspective. All 4 players just kind of rotating down with this circle and still holding on to a bit of the high ground. They are in a good spot to possibly close this out, at least find more kills and better placement.
Yeah, with one of the only teams left with 4 players alive right now, I don't see why they don't take home this victory, especially since they can use the hill to their advantage in getting up of it.
That's exactly what they're about to do as they finish off this remaining battle. Shots in front of them, so they may find themselves into a third-party situation of their own. And like you said, every bit of high ground available to them. One more team just over to the left. Shots have already landed. Nades are out, and this player is by himself. Yeah, that was Lexdad. Not anywhere to go whatsoever. He'll be looted as the full finish comes through. Now we're just down to 13. And once more, the smoke comes out, but you can see it. The snowboard is allowing a little bit of extra movement, keeps Magic a little bit aloof from being able to lock down shots, but you can also see JHC in the mix still as the 4K guys are still dealing some team damage to one another.
I think that they're in favor right here. Magic's team are looking really, really good, especially with the smoke going down and one of them having smoke bomber. They can see them through it.
Circle. Last couple of moments, tough as it's just the one tree line. Trying to keep them alive for now. Magic able to get the heal back. Trouble in front, though, just trying to dance with the devil a little bit as the circle will actually move back towards them just a touch. So you need to be kind of cautious about how you get back in towards this final fight. And right in front of them, it's Senior J. Of course it is. Full team ready and waiting for them with the barricade already down and with the medic heal. They are looking fully healthy. And now it's just down to a 4v1.
And the second game falls straight to them.
Yeah.
Like we said before, the dark horse of this tournament able to take game number 2. And since they were placed second after game number 1, I think they're going to shoot right up into the lead here.
Yeah, definitely should. I mean, they've got a number of eliminations, and there it is. The final kill will come through. So Senior J and the boys, all 4 of them staying healthy to the final circle, rotated nicely around. You thought for a moment that Magic's team was going to kind of re-wrap over the backside, but they kind of find themselves having to get to the circle quicker, and there's only one tree that they could use as any sort of cover. So the late rotation doesn't really work out well for them. For, again, on the other side of it, they happen to run into the team that is perfectly positioned, fully healthy, with a barricade, with a medic down. It just felt like it was a perfect storm for Senior J and the boys.
Yeah, absolutely. They were able to pick up 14 kills and the win. That's an easy 44 points for game number 2, which I believe is like 10 extra points more than what Holy Father's team were able to get in game number 1. So they're going to shoot right up into the lead here and really solidify themselves as the best team inside of this tournament so far. Not only that, they're actually all using the same artery skins. They got a little bit of team chemistry going on too.
We always respect when the profile avatars match, the skins match, the whole 9 yards. Second place, Vague's team, but only 3 total kills, and it came from Slayer. We saw that kind of in the end there, here and there, where he was able to find a couple of third-party picks. In third place, it was Magic's team with JHC, so we really gave them a lot of credit in terms of trying to gatekeep Noah's squad and Bobby's squad away from that Parish rotation. They did find a number of kills, Magic in particular, 11 total kills for the total team tally of 17, pardon me, math is hard. So that is by far the biggest kill game that we've seen to this point. I mean, Magic was dominating everybody. No one even came close to him.
Yeah, absolutely. He's one of those players that was pretty underrated until the last couple of months, to be honest. And nobody really knew about him up until the summer, and then he's kind of blown up out of nowhere and is arguably one of the best players in the entire game.
The case. Well, hey, that is the end of map number 2. We'll give you guys, of course, the full leaderboard as we come back from break. But before we do, we already teased Season 10 coming to life, but what is involved with it? How about a little bit of an early look at the Season 10 Battle Pass? We'll catch you in the backside of the break.
You're all I need. You're all You're all I need. You're all you're all you're all I need. You're all you're all you're all I need. You're all I need. You're all you're all you're all I need. You're all you're all you're all I need.
we think we've got everything completely figured out technically. So again, the experience hopefully just goes up from here. We've had 2 really thrilling drops at this point, though, out of the 5 in total. Again, I think the biggest thing about it, Ferg, is we're really starting to see full 4-man squads who live until the end, putting themselves in the best positions possible. Go figure, they're the ones that are coming out on top of the win.
Absolutely. Don't lose anyone early. As soon as that revive flight stops bringing people back, and you'll be good towards the later half of the end game. It's especially important when the zone actually decides to move. Like I said before in the broadcast, it's the first time we've ever seen that in a COD Mobile Battle Royale map, where you'll have a small zone and it will end up moving across the map to somewhere different. So that's something to keep in mind as you watch these players play out, that they need to position themselves in a good way. And if they have 4 players, it's a lot easier to do so.
Yeah, interesting things going to be happening here as we jump into lobbies number 3, 4, and 5. The biggest thing about it is, again, that leaderboard is going to start to get some separation, we would think, after how the first 2 games had gone. So taking a look at it, this is our overall leaderboard. Again, we talked about it for Senior J and Valor. They put together a really good first drop, finishing in second. They follow up with a major big win with not just the 30 points, but also, I believe, a 19 total kills. So they find themselves pretty well and far above everybody else. The 4K team, though, and sitting in second place, looked pretty solid. They're still up there at 56 points. And then Vague Squad, even though the kills may not have been as great as they would like through 2 drops, they are doing really nicely in terms of getting themselves continually into that top 4. We also mentioned that JHC, they had a really good rotation in that second lobby. They have now snuck their way into 4th place, whereas we were really kind of putting some focus onto Rowan and Alexa and Panchito after the first drop. They did not have a good second. We actually watched them get eliminated immediately. So we'll see how things go here as we get ready for drop number 3. And Ferg, if you can, I'm just going to ask you if you can unmute yourself in Discord so I can hear you this time as we go through the rest of this drop. And there we go. There's my guy. And yeah, any other teams you're looking out for on this leaderboard as we get ready for drop number 3?
Honestly, I would say just the same as before, especially with the Ackman's team really coming in as the dark horse formidably now. I would say we're going to keep a good eye on them. And hopefully the fan favorite Holy Fathers team will make a huge comeback in game number 3, because I want to see a rivalry become a big thing between the biggest EU team, or the best EU team, versus the best Southeast Asian region team.
Yeah, it's been really interesting, I think, just to see the consistency of performances, again, especially considering how the lobbies have, forced the ping to maybe not be as normal as they would have expected. But hey, a lot of money on the line, and it is going to be deciphered between mostly what we figure to be our top 3 teams. $10,000 for first in particular. So that battle for first going to be a big one. I think especially as we get into this 3rd drop, this is where we're really going to be able to, again, put some pressure on those teams in the bottom half of the standings. They have to have good games from here on out. You cannot afford to have another poor placement. And I saw Bobby's team was down there in last for now. They've been in a couple of good situations fight-wise. They're just not finding a way to get to that final circle. So those are the things that hopefully over the course of this longer break, they've been able to hopefully figure out and get themselves well and truly into fighting form. Whereas I think the other part about this is at some point, someone may need to try to grief some of these drops from the 4K guys and try to get them out a little bit earlier, or at least make them a little bit weaker and softer as the lobby goes up, because so far they have been very comfortable getting into the late circles.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see in game number 3. We'll probably see a couple of different teams move their playstyle around, especially as they're becoming more familiar with the map. But now it's really going to come down to the latter half of this tournament to see who's going to close it out. But I'm going to stick with Ackman and the boys to see if they can actually come through and be the dark horse. Because they definitely weren't the fan favorite for me, at least. But I think it's because I forgot Ackman was in the roster, and me and Ackman are good friends. And then when I realized it was him, because I seen idiot, which is like his saying that he loves to say. He calls everyone idiots, which is like just a different way of calling them an idiot. But I realized after that he was in that team, and yeah, they are very, very fierce. But we're about to get into game number 3 here finally, which is going to be great. I'm looking to see, hopefully the zone will go somewhere different. Maybe over to Zoo. That would be nice.
I was just about to say the exact same things. Like, we had a couple of good looks at Parrish from game number 1. That's where the circle kind of started to finish towards. We also had a battle for rotation in game number 2 through Parrish. Outside of the fact that we started kind of watching teams in the sanatorium, yeah, we have yet to see the zoo come to light yet. So I'm pumped to see it. I would love to see the circle finish that direction, just so we can kind of get our eyes on the map a little bit more for those that may have not experienced the map as much as others, or maybe just trying to see like what are the best positions that we could possibly find ourselves in those late game moments, because let's be honest, we're all looking for those battle royale wins at the end of the day. So lots of things to hopefully keep our eye on. If we do get over there, I imagine between either 3, 4, or 5, one of these last 3 drops, we're going to see more action over at Zoo. I just know it. We have to. It's not going to be Parrish all day long. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, maybe even Industrial Plant, which is south of Zoo. I'd love to see an end game there as well. I actually watched one of my friends Low-Tech's battle out there recently last week. He got a crazy 1v4 clip. A lot of the viewers probably seen it on TikTok as it went kind of viral, but yeah, a lot of fights are about to take place here, so let's get into it.
Yeah, the eastern side of the map really is one that we haven't had a good look at as of yet, and we jump on board with the 4K guys. And on this opening drop, you can kind of see them. They're stuck between a little bit of a rock and a hard place, as yeah, they're already being shot at from behind, so the team will run away. You've got a couple other players that are on the chase. Just for a small moment, actually, looks like Loading actually may want to try to take this on just a touch. He's being fired back onto, though, and that will likely be about the end of that battle, as both teams will separate and go their opposite directions.
Yes, that's the good thing about Land and Parish. You can either rotate the Timber, which is right where we're watching 4K rotate to, or you can go from Parish the whole way down to the shacks that we've seen before and then make your way into Village. I would honestly argue that Timber's probably the most underlooted areas of the map, so this is semi-bad for Team 4K, the second place team so far in the competition, but hopefully they can make a comeback like they did in game number 1.
Yeah, the other interesting thing looking at this map is we still have 2-3 teams fighting for Parrish, but look at the bottom left side of the map. 2 teams kind of fighting it out on the very outskirts, whereas Industrial and Zoo both only had a team each. So depending on the speed of the loot, you would have to figure that those 2 squads that find themselves in major POIs by themselves will be pretty happy to take early game fights if they do come their way, which, again, keep your eye on that 4K squad, because they are rotating kind of through Timber and up towards the Zoo at the moment. So we'll see if they end up meeting this one squad that's over that direction as we jump on board with Idiot and the rest of Senior J. These boys are currently, again, in first place and pretty comfortable at the moment, just kind of getting themselves looted up after they've been able to find one knock to this point.
Yeah, and it seems like Swifter's team are actually completely eliminated out of the competition already, dying in Village where they died before. I'm not sure why they would decide to go back there, considering they got destroyed there previously, but unfortunately for game number 3, they are out.
Okay. Quick eliminations already coming through. More knocks, as Magic was our individual kill leader from game number 2. He had 11 on his own. His team not quite able to follow up with that, though. They only finished with, I think, 16 total kills, but still 11 individually is unbelievable. But as they move on in, you can see that Lotex and the rest of the squad have found JHC and largely have taken care of it. See, Park is all the way at the top side. He's just trying to stay alive to anchor for his team, and I guess no one has an idea of where he's at the moment, so that should be enough to get players back into the mix as Lotex, Co-Script, Loading, and Noah just continue to kind of run over this Parrish position. They have really enjoyed this POI.
And it's even better for them because the zone is actually going to Parish this game. Like, it's central zone. They get all the loot themselves because they scared away the Team 4K like we were looking at. And the other team that landed shack towards Village, which was Swifters, rotated into Village and ended up getting wiped by Veg's team. So now they have the whole of Parish pretty much to themselves. Loot up, get all the free body boxes, and they're going to be in an easy setup for the rest of this lobby. The only problem is that they probably won't get a lot of kill points for it because people are going to rotate in late.
Yeah, but it is one of those things, and you had mentioned it, and, you know, it isn't kind of important to notice because we don't really, watch or see many competitive events surrounding Battle Royale at the official level here for COD Mobile, but I think your point at the beginning of our show was absolutely right, whereas, you know, when you've got a set amount of points built into the leaderboard based on where you finish, especially when it's 30 points for first, it's not like a multiplier like we see in other Battle Royales. The kills are not as significant maybe as just getting good placements, and I think the words you used exactly where the kills will come if you put yourself in a good position for the late game. So may not be the most sexy gameplay when it comes to trying to find fights early and often, but hey, you put yourself in a good spot to win a lot of money if you just play smart Battle Royale today.
Absolutely. I'm hoping that they pick a couple of SVDs up or maybe use a sniper, get on top of the parish church, and are able to take people out from afar as they rotate in so that they can still get those kills coming in as they are central zone and waiting for those people to push in.
Yeah.
Which is actually what's
Here comes
happening
Team
right
4K.
now.
Yep,
Yeah.
I was say Team 4K just taking the zip just to try to find themselves in the best spot possible for that center rotation. They're going to go up towards the radio tower here, which is a key point that we saw from our second drop. So looks like we're not going to get the benefit of seeing much of the zoo here on this drop, as everything is again just moving over towards this top location at Parish and on the radio tower itself. Back down towards Station, though. Possible fight here is JHC. We saw him getting into a little bit of trouble a couple of minutes ago. He has played full recovery. He's got himself pretty much fully kitted out and ready to go, but there are 3 teams in the immediate area. So some danger here as Father Amir and the rest of his squad are on the high ground, and it looks like JHC are very aware of that.
Absolutely, as they should be, because you can get shot from all angles when you're in this station area. However, if they do end up getting knocked or if they're put in a little bit of a pickle, they can use the newly found zipline mechanic in this map on Krai to get out of that situation. However, I don't think that's what's going to happen. It looks like people are pushing from all different angles here, and a third party's coming in as well.
Yeah, seems to be that way. There was at least one knock and finish, so again, multiple teams in that position, really keeping their eye on that high ground. You can also see through the walls that Magic and the rest of his squad are on the move as well. More knocks coming through. This rotation has been punishing for so many of our teams that found themselves in Sanatorium. More action still on the way, though, as they dive on in, and the shots are a little bit shaky to start, and that's not going to be good enough, as Wagner has to try to finish off the rest of this battle, and actually looks like he's doing okay for now. JHC is out of there. So yeah, Magic, Park, and COD all out of the picture. JHC has to play his life.
Absolutely, and you can see that COD Ninja doesn't have a revive flight able to be come in right now, so he's going to need to go back and get his tags instead of getting auto-revived in, but unfortunately Winter's going to get dropped right there, along with Low-Tech surprisingly dropping in Parish, considering that they had Parish all to themselves for the majority of the game so far, but Akaza's going to get eliminated by Noah Sunday, so the retaliation kill comes through. Good trade. Low-Tech gets to be revived, and it looks like Akaza actually and his team got completely eliminated there.
Yeah, kind of hard to tell here, but at the moment it looks like that very well may be the case. Loading, trying to get some long-range shots down. Coscript and Noah playing just underneath and beyond him. But difficult battle to take here. Especially, well, I'll say if Loading keeps missing, but if he gets a couple of tags, that may be enough for them to continue to push forward. The problem is, you can see it. Loading keeps looking up to his right. He knows that Father Ali's team is just beyond this next level of Parish. At least has an idea about it. So they're going to get to work looting for now, and okay, looks like everything's going to stay pretty calm and casual considering the opening shots. And now finally Slayer starts to shoot back, saying I see you too, but no immediate consequence for either team.
Absolutely, and to be honest, I don't think I would push either team here, considering we still have that third-party situation that could come down from the hill behind them from COD Narcos squad, but they may go for trades far range, where they can pick one off, not ape or push into them and just get a kill point from it. I think that's the best way to go about this if I was on Loading's team right now, because they know that that other roster is there, and they're actually running straight towards them.
Well, the zip is a play, and whoa, here we go.
Oh.
Nade lands as well. Loading, he's got an opportunity here. Barricade down. Opening shots are clean. Gets the first knock.
What?
He knows he's got Ninja down to his right. He's just going to go straight for the follow-up finish on Deveg. Loading is in there. He is moving and moving quick. Still wants to try to go 1v4. There is a bounty for that, by the way, if he was to do that. But instead, it's just going to be the finish on Deveg, and the rest of the team will join him as they will hold this high ground spot.
That was absolutely crazy. He pretty much just solo pushed one of the best teams in the tournament, and he didn't get shot at once. Slayer, who was right there, is actually his teammate on the other team, and as soon as he seen Loading knock one of his players, he sprinted out of there like he was goddamn Usain Bolt, bro.
Snowboard, zipline, all momentum. As we jump up aboard JHC, one of 2 left remaining, as Ninja and Magic will not be able to rejoin at this point. Not the most amount of kills for these guys, so yeah, I would figure that this B team here is probably just going to kind of sit and wait and try to play the best they can for position on the leaderboard. You can see as we scroll down a little bit deeper, 4K is fully healthy. It looks like all 4 players are there. Vague's team still staying fully healthy as well, so still a lot of squads that are in full form, although as Vague does get brought back, he is immediately taken down by Edia, so the Kilo gets into play there, and that will keep that vague squad just a little bit more limited on total number of players.
Yeah, I wouldn't take that fight with Idiot's team because they are obviously one of the best teams in the entire game. And they're actually situated over by Station, which is in the bottom middle of the current zone.
Well, Rotisma will drop. Idiot just watching, spraying, seeing if anyone's going to drop on in. You can see that JHC and Park are on one side of this play. Cotton Ninja did get back into play, though, with his teammates. So they drop in completely opposite of the map. So they're going to try to maybe just split for positioning here just a touch. It's going to be difficult to secure any loot at this point in the game.
Absolutely. You do not want to take any of the fights right now because
Yeah.
every team that has 4 players up are the best teams in the tournament. So you're just trying to stay alive for as long as possible, and maybe one of you will make it into top 3.
Yep. Well, you saw it there on the screen. It flashed. The revive period has now expired, so all of these eliminations that we're starting to see the kill feed are going to stand. Bobby's team of Belay getting some damage dealt to them. Cod Ninja, though, you also saw fall there, as well as I think one of his other teammates had been knocked. Kind of hard to tell, but looked like that may have been the case. So that little split-up redrop does not fully work. And 60 seconds until the zone starts to shrink. This is where we're going to start to see some of our squads really get some damage dealt to them.
Absolutely, and there are a lot of teams outside the zone right now, so they're going to have to push in. For example, 4K's team needs to push in, COD Narco needs to push in, and there's still a bunch of people over on that left side of the map and on the right. There's only one guy in the central circle right now, which is Magic OP, but he has an entire building for himself now.
Well, and the interesting thing, again, that B team was the team that split off their revive drop, so he seems to be pretty much by himself with maybe not much loot available to him as Narco will drop in. Here's that 4K team you're talking about, full force, trying to make their way up the hill.
Absolutely, they're going to be going against Noah and Lotex's squad because they are holding them off the zone. And it looks like a knock goes straight in onto Peanut from Noah Sunday. He recently made his return into the Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale scene 3 months ago after taking a year-long break. He was previously one of the best players from the Philippines. I honestly don't think that they're going to be able to get past this shift. I really feel like 4K may be in a terrible situation, especially considering some of them don't even have snowboards to rotate out. But Holy Father does, and he's able to get away for now. But 2 of the guys are going to get knocked. There's the third. Super Jeff goes down, and now it all comes down to the main man, Patter. Can he even get out of this situation to get some placement points? That's all they're hoping for now.
Well, the problem is it looks like CoScript has been reading this the entire way, but the snowboard does allow him to get out and get some separation, which is going to be important for potential placements, and I think more so for 4K. Again, they don't necessarily have to have a monster game here. They just need to secure some points, and they'll still be in the top 3 overall. But really good zoning from Noah's squad from the top of that hill, knowing they had 4K right below him. They deal with him quickly, and now it's just down to can Pater actually rotate in safely because he knows he's between 2 full squads, and looks like he's going to be riding right up in towards where CoScript positions at.
No, bro. He rotated straight into the Latin American team. I was hoping they wouldn't see him, but unfortunately, his footsteps were not silent because he wasn't using the ninja class. He had Smoke Bomber on, and there she goes. 4K, the main A team roster, has been eliminated from game number 3. CoScript and the boys seem to have a really good position in the zone with the high ground, which is going to come into their advantage going into the next zone.
Well, all the fighting is happening right below them. So will this be a very much so a moment that is, how good is the patience, I think, for these guys? Because, yes, it's absolutely the best position possible based on where the zone currently is. You can see Panchito and the rest of the guys try to rotate a little bit deeper in towards this kind of backside gas station. And they're going to even catch some high ground of their own up here on the rafters. But you saw that Panchito was looking up. He knows that Noah's team is on that high ground on the ridge above them. So they're going to be continually looking at that while also hunting for kills.
Absolutely. I would say to take the zip line straight into the station if I was them, because the next zone is actually rotating over towards that way. And where they're standing at right here is terrible. If anyone targets that area, they're going to get wiped instantly. Looks like they're actually just going to rotate over to their left instead of taking the zip line. And maybe they might be able to get the cliff face if it allows them to. But Noah's team and a bunch of other ones are going to see them rotate early, so they might get shot from behind, but it's yet to be seen.
No, it's good proactive rotation. They're going to catch not just the extension of this zone, but also the first part of the next one. And here we go. Noah's team, I'm sure at some point are thinking, maybe we rotated a little bit too late here. We're already dropping smokes, just trying to get into the battle. and they're going to find themselves kind of blindly running into every single one of our squads, really save just one. Plus, they got to still fight against the zone. Not great news here, as you see the kill feeds really starting to light up, and it would be largely the team from the high ground, Panchito and co, doing a lot of the damage here from the top of the ridge.
Absolutely. Fortunately for Noah, he does have Medic, and he can stay out of the zone for a little while longer if he wants to or needs to for placement point, which is obviously why that setup is so good. But Panchito's targeting Magic outside of the zone here. He's gonna go full rush mode, and it looks like another player shooting him from the side as well. It's a third party from Slayer and his whole roster. Panchito, the Latam team up, take him down while Slayer gets out of the situation, and Magic gets eliminated entirely. Oh, Slayer's right behind. I don't think he'll be able to do anything right here. He has the shotgun. He gets the one pump. This could turn into a kill. It does, but he gets eliminated straight away. See you later, Alligator Slayer. Unfortunately cooked. But I believe the Latam team won.
Yeah, Panchito and co, they had all 4 ref arrive, and it was just down to Slayer, the last solo left for him to know he's pretty much going to get guaranteed second. He still found 1 extra point there with that last confirm, so we take that. But yeah, Panchito and co, I'm really glad that were able to just watch that rotation away kind of from that high ground. They knew that Noah's team was sitting on top of the hilltop, but as soon as that zone started to move and shrink on its rotation back over towards the gas station, they made the proactive call, snowboarded away, did not get caught by Noah's team because they moved so quickly, and then all of a sudden you find yourself in the perfect spot following the zone from the end of the last one into the initial of the new one. Really well done positioning wise. All 4 players also, of course, staying alive helps any type of those situations. So good stuff for them, as they will see themselves really move up the leaderboard there with a lot of kills and that first place 30-point bonus.
Absolutely. They had 25 kills after game 2. They performed really well in game 1, but failed. They were the first team to die game 2, and then they come back and win game 3. That was a great show out from the Latin American team themselves right here, especially Groen and Exotico getting the most amount of kills for the roster in total. That gets them 38 points, which I think brings them up to like 63-ish total. Somewhere around there. I'm looking forward to seeing if they can clutch this up. Right now, Shift, we actually have great teams from every region except for North America.
Well, the only thing you could really speak to, I think, looking at the results, is that Vague's team continues to get into the top 3, but they're just not putting together a ton of kills. So they're getting decent placement points, but they aren't popping off maybe to the same level as some of their counterparts that you're already highlighting. So yeah, great stuff there for our third drop. And speaking of drops, this is the perfect segue. I promise I didn't do this intentionally, but the interdimensional mythic drop is still going on. It's actually one of the coolest things I've seen in a while. So we also have a trailer to kind of help showcase that. So bust out your pocketbooks, get yourself into the mystical drop. We'll see you back for game number 4 after this. Welcome back to the Krai Battle Royale Invitational, as we are past our third of 5 drops, meaning we're, of course, past the halfway point, and we're starting to see some separation show up a bit on the leaderboards. A very pivotal third drop that last one was, and, well, we continue to see these zones pull up and over towards the parish. That top radar tower just keeps pulling to that left side of the map, and we keep seeing some of the same teams really understanding what that means as they continually find themselves in the top 3, top 4 every single drop.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see Vig and his team make it into those top 3 positions back to back to back. They've been playing really, really well together. I'm super happy to see the Latin American team, however, perform well last game, especially taking home a victory, considering they failed to do anything in game number 2, falling first without any kills whatsoever. So that was much needed for their roster. One thing I am hoping to see in game 4, however, is 4K to come back to their previous greater light. They got caught outside of the zone there in a tricky one, and they just weren't able to make anything happen, especially when Holy Father tried to rotate in to the zone. He just got cut off by the Latin American team that ended up winning the game.
Indeed the case. So taking a look kind of over some of those results, again, like you mentioned, the immediate recovery from the previous drop is an unbelievable way to get yourself back into the tournament. But the other teams that finished in the top, said Vague's team, they finished second, but only had 5 kills. Interesting enough, JHC's team, we saw them at one point in time get kind of picked apart in that parish battle with Noah's team, and they dropped back in kind of separated. They only have 2 total kills, but they ended up finishing 3rd. So again, they were able to reap some reward of the placement points that were there. And then also in the mix a lot was Edio and Senior J. They had 5 total kills, finishing in 4th, which is where a lot of the points come through. The peculiar thing, and we talked about this a little bit, the most overall kills on the lobby for that 3rd drop was actually from Noah's team, and they had a ton. I mean, they had 20 total eliminations. Crazy scenes, but they finished in 5th. So again, those point totals are only going to make up for so much. And as I'm actually taking a look at this, it looks like our players are getting the announcement that there was a player DC and an audio bug. So apparently we're going to be replaying map 3. That's spicy. Okay. Did not see that coming.
Wow. Yeah, that came out of left field. I just seen that being announced into the chat, and I'm sure there are some players that performed badly in that game are extremely excited about it. Sorry to the Latin American team, but we're going to need to run that back.
Yeah, okay. Interesting. I didn't know that was the case. So we're going to get a map 3 restart, and then we'll talk about all this all over again. And then we'll do 4, and then we'll do 5. Really, what you guys should be saying right now in chat is that this is rigged because we just want to see a zoo zone. That's all we want. But it's not about who finished where. It's just all about we want to see the zoo final zone. So hashtag rigged zoo is what we can start trending.
That's a fact. I want to see some crazy fights go down in the zoo. There's a lot of areas where you can get fights and some secret tunnels in there that a lot of these players may or may not know about. So those would be some good fights to see. Or just give us a sanitarium zone. I would take that too.
Works for me. I mean, we've only seen Sanatorium on really just the jump to this point. We haven't seen much in towards Industrial, haven't seen much in towards Zoo, outside of a couple of teams that got pushed off in the last drop that had to kind of rotate that direction kind of late. But a lot of the early battle has been happening up by Parish, which is just so surprising. Maybe some of that, again, is just kind of a byproduct of we're always up there because the final circle keeps pulling us that direction. But a lot of our top teams to this point have been finding success, landing over towards that Parish side, fighting off 1 or 2 opponents, and then putting themselves in a position to be near the final zone. Have not had to do much in terms of rotating. So yeah, it should be interesting, I think, just to see if they do get called upon to have to rotate, what their actual strategy looks like, and being able to maneuver away from a very isolated area down into some of our main points of interest on the lower side of the map. So it should be interesting to go, but I believe everything is good for map 3 drop, just waiting on the game to start.
Yeah, we even seen up there in Parish, when 4K had the snowboard, they still couldn't get out of the situation, and that's why that's such a bad area to go, especially when the zone pulls to the other direction, the other side of the map. You just cannot find your way anywhere in terms of rotations because the actual map goes uphill, and the snowboard doesn't really work uphill at all. It's definitely a momentum shifting transport option for you, but it just doesn't work in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of teams really relying on the zip lines and the snowboards as well, which is, I think it's another cool addition towards what we've seen in COD Mobile Battle Royale. I mean, again, not having the same expansiveness of having vehicles. I mean, we saw in, anniversary events previously, like helicopter strategies were everything. we don't really have the same makeup of that here on Krai. So it is kind of fun to see the players shifting towards trying to best move around the map without that resiliency on things like helicopters and things of the nature. So it should be interesting, I think, just to see how our teams who have found success with it already keep finding and producing that success, where others need to kind of maybe learn about what they want to do rotationally, especially if they keep dropping towards that sanatorium side, that lower right side of the map, and they have to keep moving across all of this open ground just to put themselves anywhere near some of those final circles, which seems to have been, again, big problems for so many of our teams so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope to see some people land into Industrial Plant just because we haven't seen it on stream yet. And to some of the casuals watching that haven't really played Krai thus far, it would be a good place for you to actually see. You can get on top of all of the buildings over there, and you can even get on top of the storage silos as well, which might surprise a lot of you watching at home, because I don't think that's actually meant to work that way. But you can get on top of them if you want to. And it's also, I guess, a different style of building over there. There's not much verticality to it, but there is a lot of places that you can camp and kind of go in a little hidey hole and play out your camping dreams. But we're about to get into match number 3, the official match number 3. You know, last one was just a warm-up, so this one is the real thing.
Yeah, after the tech issues, we got to get our players another chance to get the fingers all hot and bothered, ready to go again. So yeah, it should be good. Just waiting on that to drop on in, and just kind of maybe speak to it while we're waiting for this game to fully load up. You know, those final circles that end in populated, more village-style areas with tons of buildings, that can sometimes, again, lead towards what weapons do you have in the final circles? Because we've seen a lot of players defaulting for ARs, having a couple of players on their team with sniper rifles. We haven't necessarily seen the same kind of SMG gameplay that may be required if we do finish in one of those more close-quarter areas. But that's all for a later decision, as we have a north to south plane right across Parish again. So we'll see how many of our teams decide to try to battle it out early.
Of course we do. Of course, to see another Parish drop. I'd say we're going to see the similar suspects that we've seen in the first 2 games landing over at Parish. And to be honest, I think that the majority of players have found themselves a spot where they like to drop, and they're just going to go back to that same spot every single game, especially if they're there kind of uncontested. Parish, of course, being the exception. There's enough loot there to go around multiple different teams, but loading's going to fall straight off the bat to Super Jeff, along with Tokyo dying to Low-Tex. So that is... Uh-oh. I believe that's 4K Parish.
Yeah, that has to be. I mean, that's where they've largely been dropping. Low-Tex has cleaned it up. He's already got himself 2. So that 4K squad in a little bit of trouble here early. Again, if you're joining us here late, we are playing with the auto-revive until pretty late on into this game. So it's one of those that you don't get punished too much for dropping early, pending your whole team doesn't get eliminated. And yeah, you can kind of see it there in the top left-hand side of the map. That's the G team that was the 4K squad. They tried to square up early, did not fully work out, and now they're rotating back through Timber. We've seen this before.
We absolutely have. Timber's not the best place to go for loot, but I think they'll be fine to stay in Parish since they have the top area of the church and basically locked down. And there's actually quite a lot of loot in there, surprisingly enough, if you go scouting through it all. And Noah's team moved down to the bottom of Parish, so they split up quite well there. Unfortunately, they did get a couple of points off Team 4K, and since they are in contention to actually be the winner, being obviously Low-Tex's team because they've been performing quite well recently, it's kind of a sting in the behinds of Team 4K because they're also up there on top of the leaderboards.
A big battle between 2 squads that find themselves vying for those top 3 positions. Again, $10,000 for first. Not a small amount of money. And well,
absolutely not. And unfortunately for them, Idiot's team aren't getting wiped whatsoever on the kill feed.
Yeah.
They seem to be having a lot more success on their drop than any other top team.
That's a really good point. And I mean, again, we've seen individual kill leaders show up in a multitude of different teams. We kind of have to throw an asterisk over that last drop since it technically won't count. But those individual eliminations don't maybe mean as much as finding yourself in the total final position, but it does help. I mean, you find yourself finishing in 3rd, but you have 15 kills. You've reduced the entire placement of another team in front of you. So, you know, there is a level of value to playing aggressive early, especially if you do hold a bit of an edge. But now you can kind of see it over the big minimap once more. Not a lot of action underfolding. Maybe some action here in Sanatorium. You've got 3, maybe 4 teams that might have to rotate the same direction, as we are finally going to see the circle move a little bit more over towards that zoo side of the map on the top right.
Finally. Oddly enough, there was somebody in Team C up at the top of the map by themselves I don't know what they were trying to do over there. Maybe they were going for a snipe. He's literally right at the top middle of the map by himself, just chilling. Is there loot up there? I've never even been there on Krai. It doesn't seem like a place where you would want to go, but yeah, it's Muska. What is he doing up here? Is he just trying to play his life? I don't even understand. He doesn't even have a sniper to get any kills long range. I suppose he's playing some sort of like, oh, he is. He's playing a scout role. So right now he has the class ability Airborne, which means when he gets information, he can pop that down on the ground, get into it, and basically fly away, getting all the information for his team on the whereabouts of enemies around that area, which is actually a super good play by him. I didn't even think that would be a possibility on this map, but here we are. His shots are going to go down. Tom Pips is hitting a lot right there. They're going to rotate over back behind, and Muska's going to get that information on top of the map even further behind, because he does have that really good spot on the hill.
Yeah, that's what we call playing the long game right there. May not be
Absolutely.
a fun individual lobby for him, but that's all about trying to play for the best placement possible. As like you mentioned, a little bit of a battle here between Father Ali's team and Tom Pips, but looks like everyone is happy just to kind of forfeit the battle and move over towards just fighting another day. And in that moment, a chance here for the rest of this Tom Pips 4K squad to move a little bit further up the slope. In fact, they're actually kind of chasing the rotation of Father Ali's squad. So this may lead to a bit of a skirmish. It just comes down to, can they cut them off from the rest of this village over here just as they try to make their way in towards industry?
Yeah, absolutely. As you can see as well, they're getting knocked down by an SMRS from Malay. Not only that, but Muska and his team are over on a third-party position right here. And if they rotate into there, Muska is going to be able to land shots because they're out in the open, along with his squad as well.
And the kill feed
far, only
C4K. They're going to get some of their revenge against Loading's team earlier. That was the opening battle that they had over towards the parish. And they have battled back pretty nicely. In fact, now all of a sudden, you saw it, Father Ali just gets knocked by Park. So there's going to be about a three-party situation down as we rotate over to see what Winter and Salty and Rosas are able to provide here on the bottom side towards station. They are by themselves, so they're going to have a lot of space to hang out while most of the battle is happening up towards Zoo.
Absolutely. Shots are going to go down again, and Malay's able to get a kill onto JHC from behind. The knock goes down, but he is also going to get knocked by Cod Ninja with the trade kill, and the finish is going to come through easily in favor of Cod Ninja, also a Battle Royale champion in the $10,000 series from this summer. He's looking exceptional and has been for the last 6 or so months, but there is 3 different teams inside of Zoo, along with 1 team outside of it just barely. So this is going to be an interesting final zone because we have not seen that just thus far. Magic able to get a knock onto Wagner as well. Shots go down again. He's getting the 2-piece. Cod Ninja's able to pick up the 3rd. Rotisma's getting knocked, and that's going to be all she wrote for that entire roster as they've just got the squad wipe onto that whole team.
What an unbelievable 1v2 moment right there for Magic. I mean, flat out looked like he was going to be completely overwhelmed. He found himself out in the open. 2 players in front. Actually, there's a full team in front. The rest of his squad not even anywhere near him. And he still is able to down 2, hold his life a little bit longer for help to be on the way. And then, yeah, the full wipe comes out. So our first squad does get eliminated. Moment here where returning can get back into the battle off the drop, but he's dealing with some very bad weaponry right now. Shotgun LMG combo, not what you want. And he's just trying to play his life, see if his teammates could do some damage for him, as, yeah, this is not a healthy spot to be in.
No, and that's how Bobby plays all the time, so I'm not really too surprised when we're looking at his POV like this. Ooh, a camp kill could have came down right there, but unfortunately not gonna happen as he gets knocked from behind from Panchito.
Happens that quickly. So Grow and Panchito, Alexa Exotico, they were the ones that won our first effort at this 3rd lobby. Still putting together some pretty decent kills. But the thing about this is, as much as they're comfortable for the time being with these eliminations that they're finding, they will have to rotate away from this at some point, but not before apparently finding essentially another full-on wipe. They are going to miss out on 1 more player, I think, for the squad wipe, but the kills are being tallied. In particular, Exotico has got 3, with still so many players left alive.
A lot of players left alive indeed, and there's still many people inside of Zoo. Cod Ninja's team, which we just seen wipe another, are still there. Muska is back to where he was earlier in the game, so he's just watching this all unfold on the map, and it seems like they might even go in for a fight here. They're going to need to rotate into the zone. I don't think they realize that they're right in front of them either.
Yeah.
Footsteps must have been heard. They must be seen on the map. It looks like Panchito's up first. It's Latam versus a multicultural roster right here as Parker is one shot ready to get taken down. There he goes. Panchito gets the frag. Knock comes through. A medic is placed on the ground, but that's not going to be enough as they're actually going to try and push out of this situation and get a team wipe. Fortunately for them, COD Ninja is able to rotate out of the situation along with the other two players on that team. Parker eliminated entirely, and I don't think he's going to be able to get revived back into this lobby.
Yeah, it'll be tight. The thing about this, though, as much as the elimination is good and it allows the team to rotate, there's still some decisions that have to be made from the very extensional parts of this circle in terms of how do we want to go to the next spot, knowing that there's at least 3 more players possibly in front of us and likely more teams beyond that. And they are going to go up and around towards the left-hand side. You can kind of see this will be the slow side of the circle, so that's a nice idea in terms of the rotation overall. They should be able to get there no problem. And meanwhile, we jump back over to... Yeah.
You also have a great area of station to work with over there on the bottom left-hand corner of the next zone. If they had went either top or middle, there wouldn't have been any high ground buildings to use. But now, since they've chosen that other way, they should be in a good position.
Yeah, and there's only one other team that was still in station. That was the team that landed there initially, I think. So yeah, you can kind of see that that's the D team that finds himself there. Important to note, though, that the other team rotating away who we're on board with here for Magic and Ninja, they were able to get Parker back, and now it's just down to how do they want to rotate in. They're going to have a lot of space in front of them, unbeknownst to them, but there's going to be a lot of sound and a lot of action over to their right as the rest of our teams on that cliff side and over towards Parish are rotating in from the north part of the map.
Absolutely. I think they're going to have a worse time rotating into the zone. If I was them, I would probably just take the zipline position because that area actually has some cover on it instead of going for a middle of the zone play. However, if I was Panjito and the Latam team, I would go straight into station and work my way through there. It's interesting to see how Idiot and the squad are playing right now, considering they're camping in one tiny shack. But Slayer's able to get a kill onto 4K Tokyo, and it looks like they're going to be in a battle right here, getting swung from behind. Veg's going to get knocked straight off the bat there by Holy Father. Can he get another or even get the confirmation kill? He's actually going to go for it. The smokes are coming down from the other team. This is a very solid team, being Slayer and King Knee still alive. But it looks like they're going to rotate out of that situation, and that's going to be all she wrote for this fight so far.
Yeah, they're in a little bit of trouble here. I think there may be some comms coming from their other teammate who's like separated in front. It's Super Jeff, who I think is mostly chasing Slayer's team, or at least keeping an eye on them. And there was a moment where it looked like we weren't sure if 4K were going to back up towards Agabu's position or move forward towards Slayer's. And I think it is just, yeah, Super Jeff just looking to see what information he can find, as they do have isolation here onto these two players out of our F team, but more shots are also happening from behind them. So decision time here. As we head back over to Idiot, and he's able to get himself replated back up. He's got Agabu's team kind of nearby. And they're just going to hang on to this shack for now, not do anything too crazy, just play for the positioning, as they are the team that kind of finds themselves just inside the circle, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, just barely inside of it.
One nade. That's all you need. One nade, and it kills the entire team. Through the window. Ooh, Muska's still camping on top of somewhere up here. It looks like a billboard. He's using his airborne to his advantage to just get placement points right now. Unfortunately, he is getting shot at by COD Ninja's team from below, but Kyle seems to have a better spot as he's right up on top and you cannot see it from down below there.
Yeah, these guys are... we used to see this back in the day when we were playing like around other BRs, where it's just like you just fly in the helicopter above everybody until the final circle, and then you drop in, try to go 1v3 it. But that is a position that, yep, as you mentioned, you can see a COD Ninja's team do know that there is at least one player up there, so they're keeping their eye on it. If they could find a way to get an angle, that'd be insane, but likely speaking, this is going to be Magic and Ninja and those boys just trying to find a rotation over, as they have also scouted a team over to their left, so they know that there's threats from multiple positions as they try to rotate a little bit deeper into the circle.
Absolutely. Team Latin America still holding down the station from the rotation that we seen earlier. However, 4KB team is sitting on the other side of that area, as the Latam team have just full aped onto Lotex and Noah, and they're destroying them instantly. And another third party is going to come in from Team 4K very swiftly. Nades are going to go down from the Latam team. Here they come. Are they going to land any of them, or did they get inside the house? The nade does land. Exotico's going to get knocked right here from Magic from behind. Medic is put down, which gives them health to use outside of this zone, which is very effective.
But there's going to have to be a decision made. You can't stay here forever. Do they go high? Do they go low? That's the current debacle between them. And you can see that the high doesn't look good, but with all these players down below, that doesn't look necessarily great either unless they can find these free angles. Panchito and Alexa teaming up to at least secure a knock, as COD Ninja and the rest of this crew that's kind of floating in from the bottom will actually get the full elimination and the wipe. So now we're just down to 6 total teams. But this is not easy at all. I mean, the team that's up on the high ground definitely seems like they're in the best possible spot to win this lobby. It just comes down to where does this next circle move to, as everyone's kind of floating, looking for buildings to hold on to for now. And at the moment, for Parker and JHC and Ninja, they're actually in a really safe spot. Middle of the circle, they can rotate late if they want to as the circle starts to move.
Absolutely. I think Slayer's team has the best position in the zone so far. They've got so much high ground to work with right here, especially considering they get the next zone after this one as well. And they can just watch everyone rotate up from the low ground straight into their line of sight while using a heady to their advantage. I mean, it only makes sense that they have the best position here. But there is another team rotating around the side, and that does happen to be 4Ks. The main roster with Holy Father leading the charge. They may get into a little bit of an early fight here.
Yeah, the other thing about this is I'm actually kind of surprised. I think they knew there was Goen's team and Panchito's team below them on that kind of side slope, but instead of trying to hold them when they needed to move through the circle, they're actually trying to rotate early, and they don't actually win it, as Team 4K, like you mentioned, is already set up on the backside of the zone. Panchito also pinching from behind, so surprisingly enough, it looked like Slayer's team was in a great spot. They don't really get the reward of being in that position, and now all 3 of our teams... four of our teams that are still alive are in pretty decent spots to kind of just hold their own in particular corners.
Yeah, that was a terrible IGL call. Whoever made that call, that was very, very bad. They should have picked one or the other, not went in between. They should have moved early outside of the zone or moved super late and took Panchito's team out. And unfortunately, that's going to be the entire team wiped just off that call alone. Now, down to the top 8 players.
Well, for Panchito and the boys, they're trying to see their results from the first attempt at this third drop still ring true. It actually may be better than the last one because you've got Panchito on 8 eliminations already. So definitely more to come, as this circle will now start to benefit Panchito and the boys, as this is not going to move over towards their backside. Both the teams still alive have to rotate towards them. So it just comes down to what decisions do they make. Team 4K on one side, Parker and the rest of the boys on the other. It is just Ninja and Parker for what it's worth. So it's a 2v3v4 to finish this one out.
I would argue that Parker and COD Ninja can do this by themselves, only being a 2-man roster, if they can go on to a third party here. But I don't think that's going to be the case, as they're going to be the first to initiate a fight, and the Latam team is going to get a rotate into the zone for free.
Yeah.
Oh, this has got to go in favor of the Latam team that won the try-hard, easy warm-up game for Game 3. They might even win the actual Game 3.
Yeah, 4K's in some major trouble right now. Holy Fodder and Peanut are just not in a good spot whatsoever. We're just dropping barricades, hoping and praying that we can find a way to stay alive. Not going to happen. Groen able to finish off the kill. Ninja still in the mix, though. Does find a down onto, and the finish actually part of it onto Potter. So now it's just a 2v3 to finish. And the zone continues to move over towards LATAM's favor. So this is one of those situations that you called it for COD Ninja and for Parker. They could possibly battle this back, but they're still fighting against every obstacle possible.
Absolutely. They are literally and figuratively fighting an uphill battle right here against 3 of the best players from the Latin American region, as they're rotating back down into the zone right here. The defender gets pulled down. He's trying to get the snipe shots across the map right here. Not able to land any. I'm not sure what's going to go down from here, though.
Oh, this circle now, it will just center up and start to move inward. And that's going to force this battle inevitably. And honestly speaking, where the LATAMs are, they've got some fence lines to work with, can block some line of sight, but the safety is limited. Let's put it that way. Parker, Ninja, trying to hold on to the barricade. Shots not fully landing for Alexa. Health now starting to come back in. The zone will start to shrink on up once again. Panchito just trying to make sure he stays with the perfect loadout possible for him. And here we go. This has got to be the final stretch right here. How do you fight against this? What tools are still available? Not many in terms of nades, so Ninja and Parker just have to kind of go little by little with this barricade, which will eventually be out of circle. They honestly are at a pretty good central spot. They may get a look at Panchito and co before they have to alleviate and get away from this barrier.
I think they actually have the better spot here, especially since Parker does have Medic and COD Ninja has the Defender. They can just plop a Defender down, then use Medic to stay outside the zone and try and do something that way. There's the Defender goes down while they're trying to War Machine them outside, and it looks like the Latam team are at a bit of a disadvantage here, even though they have much more player ground coverage. And it's Another defender goes down here.
Yeah,
Medic
they're
also
working
being
their way
placed.
up. Battle of the trenches, quite literally. We've got barricade after barricade being dropped, but there's the first strike. Alex able to find the knock. Panchito off the side will finish it. 12 total kills for Panchito. And, well, may have felt a little bad initially that we sat there and said, well, we had some issues with some of our players. You guys aren't able to keep your results from the first attempt at this. Not the case here. They, in fact, say, bet, sounds good. We'll drop in. We'll get more kills. We'll still finish first. An impressive third lobby officially now for Panchito and the rest of the Latin American boys.
Unbelievable game by the Latin Americans.
Clean. Absolutely clean stuff. So we'll do the quick tally as much as humanly possible to make sure that everyone's got all the correct points and everything's good to go. But that is our third lobby done and dusted here. Impressive. I think, again, I just wanted to take a moment to go back, though, talk about Vague's team, because Slayer was doing his namesake. He was frying everybody around the backside of that hill. There was a moment, though, where they found themselves a little bit stuck between do we want to try to hold teams from rotating in against us? Do we want to try to rotate early? They decided to rotate early. They missed up on their chances, and they find themselves in the middle of no man's land with 3 different teams looking at them before they were able to actually secure a good spot in that final circle.
Yeah. I feel like that was an indecisive play. They rotated a little bit too late to be in front of Holy Father's team, and obviously a little bit too late to hold the ground against Panchito. They probably should have just picked one or the other and decisively chose the option as soon as possible. Felt like a little bit of a delayed play.
Bit of a mistake, but such is the way it goes. Hopefully you live and you learn, and at the end of the day, they're still putting together decent placements overall. Quick tally as some of our screenshots from the scoreboard is coming in before we actually do our full look down. Yeah, Team Panchito and those guys, unreal stuff. 12 total kills for them in the first place finish. Ninja actually had 8 individually for him, JHC, Magic, and Parker, who finished in second. And then our 4K squad finished in third with 5 total kills. This will be officially the first lobby that we don't see a great placement for Vague and company. They finish in 4th that time with still just 4 kills from Slayer. So that's your top 4 overall after drop number 3. We'll do the tally on the overall leaderboard when we step back away. We're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, drop number 4 on the way. Don't go far. Welcome back, one and all, as we're through 3 games of the Krai Battle Royale Invitational. My whole shift with me, I've got Ferg. And, well, so far, I mean, hey, we've had this whole debacle of placements versus kills, getting the lobby that really just seems to keep going towards Parish. We had that reset, but Panchito's squad still comes out on top, not once, but twice. Of course, we only take the one of the scores, but it's a great score at that, and they should be surely in the top of our leaderboard by now.
Yeah, absolutely. A great game from them last.
Take a look, see if that has the case. And, ooh, interestingly enough, it's still going to be Balor's squad that finds themselves up there. 87 total points. JHC, Parker, they're sitting at 82, and then the 4K squad sitting at 79. So for Panchito, we talked about it a lot here for just kind of about the whole fact that, yeah, you know, that second lobby was anything but good for Panchito and Growing, and they still only find themselves in 5th with 67 points.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. If they had a better game too, they'd probably be right up there alongside Ackman and the boys at the top of the scoreboard, but it is what it is. As you can see, Parker's team in there at 2nd. I'm really hoping for a standout performance here going into Game 4 from the 4K main roster, and then of course we got Slayer and the boys down there at number 4 as well. Disappointing performances, I would say, from Team 7, which is Noah and Lowtex, but other than that, it's kind of just what I expected.
Yeah, I mean, and at this point, you know, through 3 lobbies, 2 to play, it would take arguably kind of a miracle run for any of our bottom 5 teams off that leaderboard to break into the top 3, just with how many points are between them. But that left side of the leaderboard, our top 5 squads, 82, I think, to like 67, it's really anyone's game on that side. One good game to get right back to the mix, as we just saw, of course, from Panchito's squad, kind of eliminating the bad second game, but still with a lot of work to be done here. So whatever mojo they've been cooking with since the end of that second drop, they need to keep that up, because there is a very realistic chance that they can essentially nix out that second bad drop and then just put together an absolutely miraculous finish to still find a way on top. I think the biggest thing, though, is we're still seeing a lot of consistency, especially from our top 3 teams in terms of how they've placed. So that will have to still be a focus for them moving forward, not just carry on this hot hand momentum that they've got, finding a lot of kills and also winning 2 back-to-back lobbies, kind of.
Yeah, exactly like you said, kind of. It would be cool if they won 3 back-to-back, if they could keep this momentum rolling. I think that, honestly, Battle Royale is quite momentum heavy, especially when it comes to the vibe of the team, right? Once you win a game, you're feeling good. If you win 2 games back-to-back, you're feeling real good about your situation, which will, of course, increase your confidence and make taking gunfights a little bit better.
Be the case. So it just comes down to see what we're going to get, because for the first time, we actually had some decent battles over towards the zoo side of the map. But still, there has been this interesting battle between Noah's team and the 4K guys over at Parish. Sometimes it's worked out nicely for one or the other, but it has not been a consistency in terms of this team's always beating the other. So we'll see if they keep having that little rivalry building over towards the Parish side. And then I think just on top of that, we still have yet to really see many early fights down towards Industrial, or really even towards the Sanatorium. There's actually, I think, been more fighting over towards Village and up towards Parish than anywhere else in the opening, which I would never have guessed. I would have figured that Sanatorium, Industrial, and the Zoo were going to be like the 3 biggest hotspots in terms of trying to control big POIs early, but really hasn't been the case.
Yeah, well, hopefully this game will see a final zone head towards Sanitarium or Industrial Plant so that we can get some good coverage of the entire map. That's really all there is left to it in terms of showing you guys this brand new Battle Royale map that was released this season with the 5th anniversary of Call of Duty Mobile. I can't believe it's been half a decade since I started grinding this game, but I mean, here we are today and we're about to get right back into it.
Indeed we will. So we'll take a look to see, and ooh, interesting line here on this plane. We wanted to see things like Industrial, we wanted to see things like Sanatorium, and well, we are getting a plane that covers both of those on the lower side of the map. It would be a stretch to get up towards Parish for some of our squads off of this drop, so we'll see if any of them do default to trying to go up that way, or are they going to try something different? One team towards Zoo, they'll get there freely. And yeah, no one's going to make the stretch up towards Parish initially. But as I say that, you look towards now the players we're on board with. And wouldn't you figure it, it's Noah Sunday going up against the 4K boys. All 8 of them taking their way up towards the top left of the map.
As expected, they're going to land right on top of each other inside of that Parish area. It seems like 4K have went again for a little bit of a higher drop spot in Parish. And then CoScript and Noah's team have went for a lower further down. But it looks like shots are going to go down here. And Holy Father's going to get knocked by CoScript? In a... Oh my gosh, bro. I did not see that coming in today's tournament.
That happened. And with that, you can even see like Lotex over towards Coscript's right. Looks like he's trying to chase down Tokyo as well. So this is Noah's team. I mean, they have to do something pretty crazy here to get themselves back into the mix and find themselves towards the top 3. And they are making it happen by trying to force 4K out of the mix early. And interestingly enough, it's like this is not the first, second, or third time that we've seen this, where the 4K guys kind of have to give up on Parrish maybe earlier than they'd like to, because the opening battle with normal ground loot has been great for Noah's squad. But this is a different situation entirely, as it is just Super Jeff left alive on the Parrish side of the map. Everyone else trying to rotate in. Peanut is going to be seen by Lotex. Not a good angle for him to take the fight, but is on the chase, and there, finds him, puts him down to a bullet worth of health. Easy knock, easy kill, and Coscript is off to the races with a couple of kills early.
Absolutely. Nice. Super Jeff in a terrible position here. This is awful for the best 4K team A. Fortunately, they did get a couple of revives back in, so now they can rotate up to the top church side of Parrish, and maybe Super Jeff can shoot Lotex from behind here. He is going to be able to do so. The knock comes in. Can he get the full kill? Yes, he can. And the third party doesn't come in from another teammate, so he's good. Super Jeff able
loading is
to
on the
retaliate.
stairs. Oh, Super Jeff. I was going to say for a moment their loading looked like he wanted to follow up and get the trade, but he's going to wait for help, and now it's going to be a 3 versus 1 situation. Stuck in a bit of a corner. Barricade will go down. That's enough for Super Jeff to get out of there, but he needs to find more of an exit than this. Another third-party situation possibly coming up as Peanut try to get involved. Tokyo from the low ground. Now the pinch is on, and hold on a second. 4K
Wow.
fighting this back. Are we kidding? That is not good news for Noah's team, as they will pretty much fully be reset. As I mean, again, we thought it was going to be the other way around.
That teamwork there by 4K was sensational. I did not think that Super Jeff was going to be able to survive through that, but he used his defender to his advantage, blinded the teammates, ran up the stairs, got their focus onto him, and then his teammates were able to come in down from the low ground and third-party them from below.
Yeah, and you can see what's happening now. You've got one player still floating in. You have, I think it's Loading, or Lotex maybe, that's down below. Yeah, he's just kind of hanging and making sure he can keep his life while the rest of his teammates try to revive back. But this is not a good spot for him to be. He needs to collect the tag still, too, on the loading. So this is dire straits, and what looked to be a super solid start for Noah's team. Instead,
Absolutely.
it completely goes the other way.
He's getting shot at as well. They've spotted him. Shot's going to go down again, and there he is, knocked down completely. Now it all comes down to Noah and Coscript. Lotex also needed his tag to get back into the revive flight.
Yeah, Noah's going to try to make a run for it, see if he can catch one of the 2 tags. Has to be careful as he gets back into the building, but I think he'll be happy to know that this is pretty much clear. Still a lot of work to be done here, though. And yeah, the loadout also dropping right in front of them. So this is only going to make 4K that much more scary. And not good news here for Noah. Trying to get around this side, but yeah, he sees players in front. He knows that he really cannot do anything too aggressively. And Holy Potter is going to, well, I thought initially see him, slides on out. And the shots from Noah are less than great, meaning that that will turn into essentially a full wipe, as Coscript just has to run for it now.
Oh dear, Noah was probably looking at his trading account right there instead of paying full focus to the game, as Patter's able to absolutely turn on him. And now it's all down to the main man, Coscript. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do anything here, Shift, to be honest, considering he's probably the worst Battle Royale player that they have on their team right now. But if he plays the long game, he may be able to get one of the tags, possibly Noah's tag. I don't know about the other one. It's in dire straits right there in the depth of 4K's team.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to be sitting here for a while. The only benefit is the fact that he actually still finds himself in the next circle, so he can continue to try to play for these tags for at least a little while longer. Zoo, once again, will not be inside of our next play zone. Neither will Industrial. Sanatorium is getting cut in half. So once more, we find ourselves up towards that top radar tower, where it's just the same ending circle we've had for the vast majority of our lobbies to this point. In the feed, you see Father Ali is able to find another kill onto Swifter this time around. And his tag down, the rest of his teammates are flying in, so Musa just has to stay here and wait for his teammates to get safely involved. But the loot for Muska is also not good, so this squad is looking pretty limited in terms of their potential to do much damage in this lobby.
Yeah, I'm not really too sure what Muska's trying to do with that airborne strategy anymore. It made sense if he had loot, but he only has a Groza in hand and nothing else, so I don't really understand what he's doing there. Like, you don't have enough plates, you don't have enough guns, bullets, anything to really make a play there after you're done scouting. So is it really the move? I don't think so.
Well, we'll take a look here at one of our teams that has been very successful in finding good placements, but not being able to turn it into a top 2 yet, nor have they really collected a lot of eliminations. That is Vague and Kigney and Narco and Slayer. Slayer in particular has had an individually great day so far. He's had a couple of really high kill lobbies, but he has not been able to see his team get to that victory at the end of the lobby, which would be huge for them, still floating in the top 5 of our standings. And they're just going to go to the tried and true strategy, just sitting in Sanatorium, just hanging out, waiting. They'll rotate if they have to. They've got the 4K team of Salty, Winter, and Akaza just in front of them, or essentially with them at this moment. But pretty far away from one another in terms of actually seeing much battle.
Absolutely. That's the great thing about Sanatorium is, especially in a late game zone, so many teams can make it in here and stay alive because there are different floors and a lot of different rooms on each floor.
Speaking of, seeing another instance of that with Idiot and Senior J. Balor still at the top of the leaderboard. As some action is going down, as I think Bobby's going to hit a snipe onto Potter.
The Holy
so
Father!
that will work.
No
He's going to get
way.
up no problem, but that's still one of those that Bobby's going to be clipping for sure. And actually, they don't
Absolutely.
get the revive in time.
That's going to be a brand new YouTube video coming on Bobby Plays YouTube channel within the next few days, ladies and gentlemen. So keep your eyes peeled for that one. Hashtag COD Bubble Partner Moment. Looks like Peanut's rotating away from them as well. Are they scared of Bobby and the boys? Ain't no way.
They may just be a little bit split right now. Yeah, Tokyo is also down. His tag is still out. So this is one of those
weird.
moments where they're just trying to play reset, wait for Potter to come back in. He's still waiting that drop in, and then they need to go play for Tokyo's tag, which I don't even know where it is at the moment. Oh, it's not in a good spot. It
Oh,
is
God.
completely surrounded.
Yep, absolutely. The whole team's sitting on top of it right now. Maybe they know that the tag was dropped and that he doesn't get back into the revive flight, and that's why they're sitting right on top of it currently.
Yeah.
Hacker coming in from
Well-
Peanut. I don't really think that's a good option of an ability to use, but to each their own.
Yeah, to each their own for sure. So this is getting interesting because the circle is not just moving towards Parish, it's moving right on into the center of it, at least for now. We will get maybe some open ground final circle action on that ridge line that kind of splits between where we're at here and where the station is. And that means that those players in Sanatorium are going to be in some interesting decision-making positions because there are 4 teams who have to rotate into the circle from the bottom side of the map. We still have 4 teams up here on the top side of the map. And Tom Pips is sitting and hoping he can maybe find some more information here, but we'll just kind of play the building for now. Nothing too crazy as our teams. So again, they'll eventually have to hit each other up, but not for a while here on this side.
Absolutely. There's 4 teams in Parish, and then you also have a team rotating into Parish from that top side of the hill. But they may take the central zone spot, which I would argue is the better position anyway, to get better rotates from that. If you head into Parish and the zone goes down south, you're going to have to rotate up the hill, and if you have a snowboard, it's going to be useless. And if you don't have a snowboard, you're even worse in just a terrible position.
I see the loadout coming down, safe zone about to shrink. Going to see what this 4K team wants to do. Can they find a way to rotate back over and still catch Tokyo's tag? That's, I think, the big question mark now. That is your medic player as well for Team 4K, and that we know how important that role has been in the late game.
Absolutely.
We'll see if they can find anything here. And, well, this is all about, again, do you get a read of where Father Ali's team is? Because you can see them there through the walls. They are on the back side of this play. You don't know what the team in front of you has done. And it looks like they may just be sending Holy Potter just to go try to grab Tokyo's tag by himself. Hard to say, but he was making that play. And, yeah, they were going to find it. So that's going to be enough for Tokyo to be called back in. Maybe a moment of reset here for 4K.
Fantastic play. I believe he used a smoke bomber to smoke off the tag, went in, got it, and dipped. That was superb there by Holy Father. And definitely a great teammate to have by your side. One of the best players in the entire game so far this year. But it looks like there's a team rotating around the side of COD Ninja from the southern area of the map. They haven't fought them yet. They're definitely around there. I'm surprised that nobody has heard Lex's dad on top of the roof right here, but this is the team I'm talking about. They rotated straight in here, and now they have high ground on top of Team 4K already.
Well, the interesting thing is, like, it's Lex essentially. It looks like he's pretty much by himself up here.
Yeah.
And he definitely is hearing Team 4K below. As some of the action starts to unfold, that's our top team in the leaderboard at the moment, finding eliminations. Muska has been dealt with after that kind of delayed play. That's from our C team. Kyle is also back there somewhere, but feels like an inevitability that this little split up strategy between Swifter, Kyle, and Muska is just not really working out for them. So may just be down to how long Lex can survive up here on top of the roof.
It sure does look that way. I really don't think that's the move for this map.
Me neither.
You just stick together. And he gets killed, I believe, there.
Yep.
He was getting shot at. There
Yep.
it is. He's knocked.
And eliminated. So looks like that team will be one of our first to fully get squad wiped in this next interaction. Rotisma does see a team deeper. That's Parker, JHC, and the boys near the ridgeline, and they don't need to peek this again. They're perfectly fine where they're at. And it's about that time of the map where you start to see Magic popping off. He does that very often in these rotational moments. Rotisma's got to look at him, but it would be hard to figure that even a knock would lead to a kill after getting a shot to tag. So we'll see how things decide, because this team is looking, again, very comfortable here in the late game.
Absolutely, and they've got a great spot in the zone. They can look over the entirety of Parish, and I also believe they have a good rotation into the next zone as well. So in my opinion, they're in the best spot here, especially considering they have all 4 players up, and they're probably going to get a kill here onto Akaza. But unfortunately, somebody third-partied them from the right-hand side in Parish with a snipe from the XPR across the map. The smoke bomber should go down here, and they should be okay being able to get that revive back up without any consequences coming their way. Unfortunately, they didn't get the kill onto Akaza, which was surprising considering they were all looking right at him. So for 4 guys to shoot 1 person and none of them to land a shot, that might go down as embarrassing.
Just 1 point, though, not the end of the world, especially with them being able to get the revive, like you mentioned, over towards 4K squad. They've gotten back to full loot, although Tokyo is in less than a comfortable position with his loadout. He'll still be in fighting form, don't get me wrong, and all it takes is 1 kill to get the things you want, especially in this late game moment. So 4K is going to hang out, barricade them into the buildings. And yeah, this final circle fight, at least for now, is going to be all about what happens in these interiors. You see the circle also is going to move kind of away from this, deeper over towards Parish. So your A team, your G team, those are the squads that keep your eye on, because they've got the quick rotation in front of them. But you also got to keep in mind that like Magic and Ninja, they could try to rotate around the backside, but they are in a little bit of trouble as Parker has been hit by Rotisma finally, who also confirms their own kill.
Absolutely. I would actually argue that Magic's team has a really good rotation compared to even Holy Father, because they can get there first. They only have 2 players alive, which means that I don't think they'll be able to hold out long. Keep in mind, however, that the next zone only has 1 building left in it, which means all of the fights are going to happen here and now, as nobody knows where they want to rotate to. And especially if they're in the other side of the zone, they know that that 1 building will already be taken by the time they get over there. And that's exactly what's happening. The teams that are over on that side are trying to fight for that building, which is why COD Ninja just dropped the Slayer. But these ones that we're watching right here, being Father Ali, they're going to be rotating in later, just because they're scared of getting too exposed in that empty open field.
We haven't mentioned their names yet, but Panchito and co are still alive, trying to make it officially back-to-back wins. Magic, he knows the importance of just trying to survive as long as humanly possible and get as many points as they can, but he will drop. So that team will be out, and we're down to our final 7 teams. 4K still very comfortable. Here's the rotation in from Panchito, with the smoke pushing them just a touch, and high ground above them. This is less than comfortable, to say the least, but they carve out a little bit of space to work with here, at least until Slayer's able to find them. Barricade drops down. The rotation back into the building not going to happen as Slayer finds another elimination, and the rest of the team is very aware that they are about to deal with the rest of 4K immediately.
Absolutely, there's a ton of action going down right here, and as I said, it's pretty much an open field, and lots of shots are going to come down in the way of Slayer as he spotted an entire third-party to tech. Snowboard comes in, he's trying to use that to his advantage to get in close to the next zone. This is a bad situation to be in, however, here, Shift. Just look at how open that safe zone is.
Yeah, we've got only 3 teams remaining. Everyone is falling so quickly. I mean, it's just one after another after another. And Slayer, well, he's just trying to skate his way around this as much as humanly possible. Last one left for his team, trying to get a second place finish if at all possible. But it's still full teams all around him.
How is he still alive?
I have no idea. Legitimately, everyone is shooting at him right now. How is he still alive?
Please, Slayer, stay alive, bro. Just a second longer. No! Oh, dude. That would have been such an insane clutch. I couldn't believe he stayed up that long. The snowboard came in handy there, and he was able to get an advanced shield up.
Sure did.
He did get a lot of placement points out of that, but unfortunately, he does fall down, and it looks like... Is that Idiot? It is. It's Idiot and Senior J still alive right here, and they're currently right up at the top of the leaderboard, so this is going to be a superb game from them.
Yep. absolutely massive. 8 total kills. The win will make it 9, and the 30 points for first place. That's your team that's currently at the top of the leaderboard, and that will give them some significant separation. I think in particular the 4K squad dropping out. Panchito's team not quite able to rotate fully in. The Latin Americans couldn't make it officially 2 in a row. They were full heavy force, but again, that rotation just punished so many teams, you know, starting on the bottom side of Parish, having to cut across the entirety of it to get up to that north side. Very, very difficult. Hard rotation to pull off, and go figure, the team that rotates early once again finds themselves in the best position possible. Great map number 4 from all the guys that already find themselves top of the leaderboard. They got to be feeling like $10,000 is right there knocking at the door for them to take.
Absolutely. I don't even know how many points they have right now total, but they are looking fantastic. And I didn't even see them that much that match shift. I can't recall them aping any teams or rushing, pushing, being super aggressive. They seemingly played that pretty passive until the end.
Yeah, no, and they got a lot of the eliminations right at the end for what it's worth.
Yeah.
And we saw them in the kill feed getting 5 or 6, and they finished in total with 9. So yeah, definitely felt like that was kind of the way that bent out. Slayer, again, top overall individual eliminations, tied with Super Jeff. They both came away with just 4 this tie. But Slayer, I mean, Vague and Narco, they got to be thinking like, wow, we picked up a great player here, because he has been, I think, individually the kill leader of the entire event. He has continually been 4+ eliminations for all of our drops. So great, another great map out of him. And wouldn't you know it, that comes with the boost of Vague's team continues to find themselves finishing in the top 3. So placement points plus 5 points for the kills. Not bad. They'll still be floating up there at the top of the leaderboard as well.
Absolutely. 4K did really good, but unfortunately, just really didn't place first. I mean, it doesn't really matter anymore, because the team that is in first just got a first place win. The next time we see this scoreboard overall, I think there might be a gap between first and second shift.
It definitely feels that way, but that takes us through 4 of our drops with still 1 to go. And I have a feeling there very well may be a 1v1 battle to who can determine who the winner is. So don't go far. We've got one more drop of the Krai Battle Royale Invitational at the backside of the break.
Another beautiful day in the city. Keep your dials locked in on COD M Radio.
Hello? I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl who looked good, I would call her. Wish I had a rabbit in a hat with a bat and a 6-foot parlor. Wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl who looked good, I would call her. Wish I had a rabbit in a hat with a bat and a 6-foot parlor. Wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller.
got one more drop for the 5th anniversary of COD Mobile here with the Krai Battle Royale Invitational. Shift with Ferg. We've had a number of repeat opportunities for winners to come through. Not quite able to do it fully, but Balor's squad looked really good at the final moments of that last circle, getting them a 9-kill win, which our anticipations would be they're already at the top of the leaderboard. They should be further on top of the leaderboard after that. Now it just comes down to, can anyone catch them as we look to this 5th and final drop?
Absolutely. They were definitely the dark horse coming into this, and they have proved their status thus far. The only team I feel like will be able to take them off that top spot is probably going to be 4K or maybe the Latin American team, but it's up for grabs for sure. And this final match, whoever wins it could take home the entire victory.
Well, I'm going to need you to unmute your Discord again there, Fergalicious, because once more, I didn't get a chance to hear you, but I'm sure what you said was delicious and beautiful. But let's take a look at our leaderboard here for our overall standings. Again, we had 5 teams on the left-hand side that all looked like they were in the realm of possibility of being able to be at the top. But like we'd already mentioned, Senior J and Valor's squad find themselves 23 points up. That is not an unachievable number for our team in second, which is the 4K guys. And honestly speaking, we keep talking about Slayer, Vague, Narco, King Knee. They keep finding themselves in the top 3 overall placements, but they have yet to secure a win. Technically, they could overpass the top team, but it would take a lot to do that.
Absolutely, and like I was saying, the only team I feel like could really easily take past Balor's team would be the 4K guys.
Yeah. I think the thing is, it's just the difference in placements is, you know, let's just say they finish 1-2. That's not going to be enough. The difference is only 8 points, and they need, what, like 20 or so points? So there needs to be some situation where they can get a full team wipe on that squad somewhere around 4th or maybe even 3rd. They would have to win it just for us to even go through the fact that they can earn enough net points to overtake them. So it would take a lot. The scores seem tight, but because we're not running multiply, we're running just flat overall scores. Really, at this point, if you're Balor and co, you just gotta be sitting here saying, let's just finish in the top 3 and we win this thing. We get 10K. Like, play smart, play good rotations. I think the interesting thing will be, will anyone try to challenge them off the drop a little bit more, make them a little bit more weaker when it comes to them getting into the late game? Because like you had mentioned, like halfway through that last game when we got to the final circles, like we haven't even mentioned their name yet in this lobby. Like they were just hanging around waiting for the final circle. So it's one of those situations of, it's how do you punish a team that you never see?
Yeah, exactly. I don't even know where they land.
No
I know where a lot of other teams land, but I don't know where they do. And I'm sure that the other teams don't even know where they do to hot drop on them and try and grief them.
Well, legitimately, all of our battles have been in Village, and they've been up towards the top left at Parish. That's been our 2 big hot spots off drop, which is just, again, not what I expected whatsoever. But again, the difference is enough to merit that for those boys at the top of the leaderboard, all they need to do is pretty much finish in the top 3, maybe even top 4, and they would be good to win. But there is that 4K team chasing, and they are one of the 2 teams up towards Parish that continue to find that early battle versus Noah's team. So there is an opportunity. If they can just be a little bit cleaner, they can essentially use that as a merit towards getting more points off of kills. And then it just comes down to finally finding a way to win the lobby. That's been, I think, the biggest difficulty for this squad, is they've been in a good spot in a lot of these lobbies. They just keep kind of getting punished by the stretching circle, the last circle to rotate away before you know exactly where it's going to go. They keep finding themselves on the wrong side of the circle there.
Absolutely, and I'd argue that Slayer is kind of putting everyone on their back.
That's true.
You can't really, yeah, you can't really win a game as a solo player against a full team, but he's able to get placements by himself with the snowboard and his good movement. Honestly, they need to come together and help him out.
You got to keep in mind there are still the bounties that are available, and Slayer is definitely, I think, the leader right now in terms of most total kills across all the matches. That would get you 500 points for that. We haven't seen anyone do a full solo squad wipe. I'll be honest, I don't know if we ever will. It's just these players are too good to find themselves getting 1v4'd, but that is still, I think, on the table. Our first grenade kill did get tallied up. I saw it kind of posted, I think, after our second drop. I'm not sure who got it. But I did see our production team. Oh, it was Akaza had it. So he had it early in, I think, what was drop number 2. So that bounty's already been claimed, but now it's just down to who's got the total individual kills, I think, because, again, I just don't see the 1v4 coming to light here in our final drop.
No, not a chance.
All right. Well, Waiting on our 5th and final lobby. Looks like we're just about ready to go here. And we should figure out by the end of this one who is our champion of the 5th COD Mobile Anniversary and our Krai Battle Royale Invitational. At the moment, we know who's got the target on their back. So I imagine we'll be spending a lot of time watching those guys move through the map. In fact, if we can, I would like to see where they drop. Because like you mentioned, Furry, we have no idea where they're dropping at. We don't know what their rotations are looking at. It just seems like it's all calm and casual until the final 5 minutes of chaos for those guys.
Absolutely. They're playing it safe. They're just going for the placement. And like we said before, the kills will always come if your whole squad is alive.
It's been the case so far because they have been not just surviving, they've been thriving. So let's take a look as we drop on into our final drop of the day and our 5th anniversary. Eddie has been one of the big kill leaders for this team. Senior J had a really good opening first couple of drops in terms of his individual kills. And it looks like they are the team that's moving kind of towards this South Industrial position. So kind of staying away from the chaos of Sanatorium, staying away from the corners of Industrial. They're kind of taking this little bottom corner of the peninsula and hanging out there as, Ballard, he finds himself dropped into Rosas, and the sword shoddy combination will work out okay. Akaza trying to follow up for more, but it will be evenly traded out, and that'll be enough for this bottom Sanatorium position to work out for our team in first.
Absolutely. They're going to get 2 kills right there, and that's going to put them even further in the lead. It looks like it's actually the other 4K team have landed on them and tried to grief them. They must have known that they landed there, I feel like. I had no idea, but they're right there with them, and now they know where they are. They might even just continually push them to try and take them out of this game early and help their friends out.
Well, it's tough because that 4K team is still in tatters, but you can see that Panchito and Alexa have heard some of this, and they are the ones starting to rotate over just a touch. Keep your eye on that team in blue. That's the J squad, and they are still looting, but they are on the way over. Meanwhile, Lotex, he's been in a couple of battles. That's over towards the village side of the map, I believe. So lots of action here in the south part of our overall map. Circle will be pretty much open for everybody. But yeah, here's Panchito and co. They look like they want to make their move.
And it looks like they actually are going to make their move as the nade lands. Shots are going to go down here. Idiot's on top of the map. He doesn't get hit at all, but definitely a lot of damage done to the middle portion of the team who were in the house there.
So something
rotating
to consider
away from them.
Yeah, but it's just, it's one of those things that, like, as much as we've seen this across a number of titles where it's like, you know where the team in first is, and part of you's like, man, I really want to fight those guys so they don't just get the guaranteed win. But at the same rate, you're also in the hunt, and you're sitting there thinking, well, we also don't want to get wiped here because then our chances of winning are just completely gone. So we'll see how things go. How about this rotation? Magic, he's found himself a little sliver, and now he's got an opportunity to possibly catch Panchito. He is full sending it.
He is. He's chasing them off guard right here instead of going for the actual leader of the game. But I mean, fair play to him. If you want to be super aggressive against one of the best teams in the game, the best Latin American team in this lobby right now, then by all means, go for it.
No, he's sending it. That's for darn sure. His teammates are right with him, so they are really trying to grief this rotation over. But if I'm being honest, the Latin Americans have gained enough of a buffer to be fine, especially with the snowboards out. Panchito might be the only one really in major danger as they rotate with the barrier and the outsides of the map to their right. Again, it won't really hit for too much, so it's not the end of the world if the circle starts to come in just a touch. But yeah, Panchito's going to kind of hold his ground here. He's kind of stuck in no man's land, and this could lead to him actually being a bit of a surprise factor. Magic doesn't see him initially, tries to turn and burn on him. Shots are decent. Magic trying to get back out of dodge, and he will stay safe for now. The rest of his teammates are following up, and Panchito is going to be lost for good. And that's not a good spot for his tag to be either. He may be out of this game for a while.
Absolutely. That was a rough situation for him to be in. Even if he had a smoke, he could have ran away from there, but he unfortunately decided to stand his ground and fell due to the consequences of his actions.
So now all of that right side of the upcoming circle will be owned by JHC, Magic, Ninja, and Parker. They've put together a couple of good lobbies, just nothing consistent enough to be at the top of our leaderboard. Been in and out of it here and there.
Absolutely.
So
I'd love to see where Idiot and Balor are in the map right now. Considering we've seen them fight early game, I would love to see if they're still alive. They should all be up. Yes, they are. They got 3 kills on the board right now. If I was 4K Holy Father, the 4K A team, I would be praying that they die sometime soon. As Team E are still alive over... Still alive down to the left of Sanatorium, it seems. Interesting rotation by them.
Yeah, they've rotated out of it, and now they find themselves kind of squared up with our C team, who could be just kind of, they were the team that had a lot of the early action over towards the village. That's Swifter squad, as Holy Father is able to find at least one elimination. But yeah, Idiot and Co. are just kind of hanging on the bottom corner of the map.
I think they're going to play late zone, it looks like, because they're still moving away from the safe zone. So just to stop any early game death like we've seen from them once before, they're just going to continually rotate out. And if they have one person on their team at least using Ninja, I think that's actually the best play here for them to do. Just tank a couple of the zones, make sure that your teammate who has the medic has it upgraded so he can get one back faster, and then just take the damage.
Yeah. Well, interestingly enough, 3 teams have rotated over. I don't know if this is necessarily in hunt of our H team, which happens to be in first at the moment, or if it's just because they've just found each other and they keep shooting, and then it's just this little bit of attack back, stick and move type situation. But unfortunately here, for Kyle, he is in some trouble. He's got Swifter trying to drop back in. Muska is down and out. Lex has his tag on the ground still. This is not looking good, as here comes 4K. Tokyo off the top ropes is on the chase. Kyle somehow still has not been shot at, but it only lasts for so long. It's Loading who actually finds the kill, so now 4K are going to realize, whoa, hold on a second, there's another team right on top of us.
Absolutely, and not only that, you've got the winningest team down below. The top 1 team being Ackman's roster are right there waiting for a third party if it comes to it between 4K and Noah's roster.
And well, Noah and Co. are just going to hold the high ground. 4K's playing the edge of this current zone. And uh-oh, here we go.
Oh, dear.
Lotex and the rest of Noah's team are rotating immediately into Idiot and Senior J. And I think Lotex may have just seen it saying, whoop, oh, pause. Let me just go over here, find myself a building. Not do anything too crazy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they absolutely know. There's the loadout getting called in.
He spotted Ackman. He spotted Balor. Shots are going to go down here. He gets the knock on to Ackman. He gets dropped. Lotex, unfortunately, gets also knocked from the side here. And there may also be a third party coming in their way very, very soon from the side.
Unreal. Unreal. It's just so quick. So Idiot will get tallied up for 2. The rest of Noah's team will just kind of pause for a moment and try to stay alive. But that looked like a absolutely brilliant moment for Noah's team to kind of catch Idiot's team out by surprise. From the low ground, they just absolutely melted. 2 different players, Loading and Lotex, both just completely destroyed in the blink of an eye.
You would have to hope if you're on Team 4K that you can shoot Ackman right here as he's moving upside the map, and 4K have that seaside position that we've seen from them earlier in the tournament, but I don't think that's going to be the case. They're just going to rotate back in for free.
Yep. That seems to be the case. Wow. Okay, so this is going to be an interesting kind of next couple of moments with these zones. We already have 2 teams that have been fully eliminated. I think a lot of them are just trying to full send it, look for as many kills as possible, and then hope you win, but it doesn't fully work out. So you've got our A team right here. They've got a couple of players nearby that may force some sort of an engagement. That's Magic Squad, and they keep moving through this smoke. So there looks like there will be a battle here, just in the backside of Industry. Lotex back up into the mix. He's been able to find a knock and a kill onto Akaza, team that really hasn't found much momentum at all today. And back over to our A squad, they really don't see much here. So Father Ali with Bobby, Agaboo, and Malay have gotten themselves a little bit more safety deeper into this circle, knowing that there's a team right in front of them.
Absolutely. I would love to see where the actual current score leaders are right now, being Ackman's team and also the 4K team, because I'm pretty sure they're in a fight. Especially
At the
Ackman's
moment,
team.
you can see it in the kill feed. Yeah, Senior J's already found 1 plus a knock on another. He's going to get himself a 2 kill. So, again, it's just one of those moments that was kind of the stronger half of Noah's team from earlier that do eventually get kind of finished off. So, this is not good news. 7 total kills for the side of Balor, Senior J, and Idiot, and they are still in first. And we're down to 7 teams. I mean, if you were to beat these guys, you would need to kill them out of the lobby now in 6th, 7th place.
Absolutely. If you're Team 4K, you need to go up and wipe them right now. They are actually right beside them. So if they throw a couple of nades through those windows, something might come of it, but they need to be the ones that take them out, and also probably need to finish first here if they want to stand a chance of winning this game. It looks like Ackman's team are just doing too well as a group unit together.
It's just so tough. Has Peanut seen this? Uh-oh, here we go. They're going to fight it out. Idiot, the initial shoulder. Pushes back the play. Medic and White out in the open. The barricade well placed for Eddie. He's able to find the knock onto Tokyo. The fight is not looking good here for 4K, but Holy Father able to respond with a knock of their own. Trying to get back to safety. Eddie with the chase down, and not good news here. 4K in some trouble as Eddie can make sure Senior J can just get right back up into the mix. And you got to keep in mind, there's also players behind this looking for a bit of a resurgence on the third party. And it's not good news for the 4K team as they get completely wiped out, essentially.
Absolutely terrible news for Team 4K right there. I really thought that they had the upper hand, especially using that divot in the ground, and the fact that Ackman didn't know they were around that corner, but unfortunately, sometimes things just don't go your way, and it's looking like it's going to be very hard for 4K to take them off that top spot.
Yeah, sure does. That was the best chance for it. The only other team that we really haven't seen much of would be Vague's squad, but the fact that we haven't really seen them in the kill feed would lead you to believe that they are not putting up enough eliminations to do too much, and it looks like they may not even be alive anymore. Haven't seen them on the list there, so we'll see. Oh, there they are. Just kind of losing out on one, but we'll see. I mean, again, it's 4K's team looked like they were the best to possibly dethrone these guys from the top of the leaderboard, but not happening all that well at the moment. So feels like it's win condition has been set. Can they find a way to stay alive? We still have 7 teams available here, so there is still the chance that even if 4K's team doesn't get the full wipe on them, someone else might, as we still have the revives alive.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, 4K are all back, but it's going to be needing to be a crazy end game for them. They need to rush absolutely everyone and get as many different teams as they possibly can right here. However, I will say Ackman's team are in a little bit of a pickle. They've split up here in between 2 different rosters. And if they all get wiped right now, there's definitely still a chance that they could go down and not finish this tournament in first place.
Yeah, stuck between a number of players, but again, it's going to be so difficult to wipe a squad inside of these buildings. Because you get a little bit of damage, you get a couple of, armor breaks, you think that might be enough, but being able to third-party doorway or third-person these doorways makes it so difficult to assume that you're going to run up a staircase at a team that still has 3 players behind that. So you can see what the strategy is. We've got the high ground, the top floor of this building. I'll watch the stairs off the third peak. You guys watch the windows. We'll just sit up here and hang out as the safe zone's going to shrink again. Will it force these guys to have to move? That's the only other question. I would assume based on the rotation, probably not, because obviously they've decided to hold on to this position as we have some battles happening for Rotisma. Decent damage, but cannot stay alive. A late nade comes through that finds the kill. And now we've got nothing but chaos underneath the bottom side of Sanatorium here.
I'm interested to see how they're going to rotate off Sanatorium as well. As COD Ninja's actually lost a player. I didn't even see that happen, but Parker's been knocked. Gets the revive up as well, along with Magic getting back into the game also. But it looks like they just wiped the team.
They're down to 6. 22 total players. Parker gets back up. Ninja looking for full shields. We'll get it. So they're back into fighting form.
4K team still also alive right now, but they really need Ackman's team to get eliminated here and a lot of kills. They could still do this. It's technically definitely possible, but is it probable? I'm not sure.
Yeah, not so much. I mean, 9 kills plus a 5th place position is likely enough for them to secure the gap, especially with 4K only on 4 kills right now. They would have to destroy the rest of this lobby. And it's a final circle that doesn't really give you an opportunity for that. I mean, in reality, I think if this was an open zone, we'd be starting to sit there and think, yeah, maybe. But it's just all these teams are going to find each other in weird spots to where you can't, immediately fob up in 3rd, 4th party teams. And you can see what the call is going to be here with that circle moving further on the backside of the giant Sanatorium tower. This is going to put some pressure here onto our leaders to have to make a rotation if they want to stay alive.
It really comes down to where they rotate to. If they rotate down that southbound and they go onto the water, which it looks like that's exactly what they're doing, they're going to walk straight into 4K. Oh, here it comes. That's exactly what they're going to do, but they've spotted another 4K player behind them. They're not going to push him. They're actually going to run into the A-team roster, and it looks like they've been spotted. Shots go down, and it's currently looking like they have the advantage right here going into this 4v4 fight, as Ackman lands a bunch of shots onto multiple players.
Ediot is able to just get so much damage early. I don't know if 4K was actually looking to their left. I think they were worried about the team on top of the tower, based on where they were positioned on that staircase, just trying to stay safe from the team on the high ground. Leads to a little bit of damage, but still not comfortable enough to push through this. Is our current first place team. 4K has rotated to the back side of the Sanatorium tower. Where Eddie's team is at the moment is fine. They will be in this next circle. It just comes down to where does it move to afterwards. as Salty and Akaza on the other 4K team are just trying to stay alive. And, ooh, interesting. Magic's able to find Balor. So that's going to lead to one. Ali gets another. So hold on a second. A little bit of a pinch up onto our leaders. Eddie will also drop. They're just down to one.
It all comes down to this. Can Senior do anything right here? He's definitely getting one. He got one kill, but that's them fully eliminated. And now it comes all down to Team 4K. Can they win this tournament? If they get all the kills and place first, they can actually steal this from our current leaders. And I hate to say it, but that would be absolutely insane if it did happen. They do have the zone. They're in a good spot here. They have great rotations going into the next zone as well, as nobody's got that high ground with them. And it's here we can see Peanut looking for a player. There's two teams. One team to his left, one team to his right. He's deciding what he's going to do here. I'm sure the comms are going crazy in their voice call right now. His father's going to rotate over to the other teammate on his side. Tokyo gets killed by Magic, which is terrible. You should not be taking any fights right now as a solo. You should just be staying with your team, and now they only have 3 up. If they had 4 up, it would be a much better situation for them. There's only 8 players left in this game. It's a 3v3v2. Just stay alive. Don't take any fights. You don't need to jump off that roof either yet, dude. You do not need to jump off that roof either. Oh, there comes the smoke bomber as well.
Panchito's team's on the backside of this is actually forcing Ninja and Magic to have to rotate into a weird spot. The problem was these fences were not mantleable, so 4K got split up, and now they're back together again, but Peanut's going to fall to the zone. Magic and Ninja are playing in the backside of this warehouse. Fodder's also going to have to move in a little bit deeper, as Magic is going to be able to clean up Super Jeff. It's all down to Holy Father. He needs to clutch this up, but it's a 1v5. How do you pull this off? A 1v2, v3 situation, and Ninja's going to finish it. Going to get the kill. They're going to finish in third. It should guarantee our winners. Now it's just down to how the rest of the standings will flesh out, as Magic and Ninja are still alive and trying to win this lobby in a 2v3.
They should have stayed on top of that rooftop, like I said right there. They would have been in a great position to take people off the rotate, but I don't know why they decided to fall off the back end of it, and that's going to cost them the entire tournament. It looks like COD Ninja and Magic have the better position in the zone right here. They have high ground and an easy rotate into the next zone. COD Ninja could have got caught off guard right there, but they decided not to shoot him.
May have just broken the line of sight in time, because it looked like I mean, you're mantling over that wall and you're like, just give me over it. But he now finds himself, like you mentioned, in a super big power position, zone to their back. Smoke, good coverage, but here comes the battle, and it's just shots over ahead. Exotico is going to fall. Ninja peppering Panchito, who will also drop. Last player left alive is Alexa on the staircase. Nowhere to go. The 2v3 comes in, and a big win for a team that did find themselves pretty close into the top 5 throughout a lot of the day today. So that's going to lead to them maybe even breaking into the top 3. But the big news in terms of how our winners have gone, we thought that there was a window there for a moment, Ferg. It definitely felt like it with 4K being fully alive, but this could not rotate away to find the kills, find the win that they needed. So the assumption would be that Balor's team is going to walk away the winners, but you don't know. You never know. There's a lot of points in placements. We could have miscalculated, but, you know, we just work here.
Yeah, we're not sure confirmed 100% just yet, but I think they have it in the bag right there. Saying that, Panchito, like you said, they did perform really, really well for the latter half of this tournament in its entirety. So who knows? They could skew up the rankings right there. If they won that, it would be pretty close, but I'm just not sure 100% who is the winner just yet. We'll have to
take a look at this. The winner from the lobby, Ninja's team, they put together a tally on overall kills and eliminations. Magic had 8, Ninja had 4, Parker was able to secure 1. JHC was absent from that final battle as he was taken down a little bit earlier towards the revive being closed off. The team in second place was Groen, Panchito, Alexa, and Exotico. They only finished with 3 total eliminations though, so that may not be enough to do too much damage. The big problem was the opportunity was available for Tokyo, Peanut, Super Jeff, and Holy Father. They did not get the best of Eddie's team initially, but got fully reset, put themselves in a spot to possibly win that game, could not do too much with it. So unfortunately, even though Senior J, Edio, and Balor get into a 6th place finish, which is good for the rest of the lobbies, I just don't know if it's going to be enough, and not especially with them having 10 eliminations on top of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think that 4K have a chance to win it, but definitely debating Magic's team right now, since they got so many kills in that last game. They weren't terribly far behind. Now they were behind, but it wasn't like a crazy amount.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be some math that happens, especially with, I think, the teams that are sitting between like 2nd and 6th. It feels like there could be some big movement there. As a reminder, this is what the prize pool looks like in terms of what we have available for our prize pool split. Of course, at the top, $10,000. Lots of money to be split up just between 4 different players. But beyond that, we also still have a lot of money to go. Everyone's going to walk away with some money. That's the big thing. 9th and 10th place will still walk away with $1,000. But from first down to second, it goes from 10K to 6K. Second to third goes from 6 to 4. And then there's 2K available for fourth and 1,500 each for 5th and 8th. And then, like we said, $1,000 for 9th and 10th. And then it'll be interesting because Magic finding all those kills at the end there, Ferg, he may put a bit of a running in towards potentially having the top kill bounty. We were talking about Slayer continually putting up big numbers, but those final 8 kills on a guy that's also been putting together some good eliminations very well may be in a position to steal away that total kill bounty.
Absolutely. I think Magic actually has it. For sure. He's just, I'm pretty sure, did he not drop like a double-digit kill game earlier in the competition?
I think him and Slayer both did. I think there was like an 11 kill and a 10 kill game from either of them respectively. So they were going like neck and neck throughout the entirety of the day with who gets that, kill bounty. We'll have all of that here shortly as our admins are still tallying everything up. I think the biggest thing here, again, top 3 is going to feel like the biggest amount of win that you had today. The difference between 3rd and 4th being 4K to 2K is like the next major jump that you have. Everything else is $500 between them. So finishing in the top 3 is going to feel like a major win. It's just really cool. I think just kind of, give me the reactions. New map, 5 years in. I mean, you said it's half a decade. Doesn't feel like that. Do you ever go back and like watch like your first video you ever made in COD Mobile and be like, who is this young guy?
I did that recently, yeah. The first time I've ever done it, I went back and watched a few videos. I was like, damn, bro. Like, I'm grown now, but back then I was literally just a kid. It's interesting to see the growth of not only the game, but yeah, my content as well and who I was, yeah, for sure.
We love it, man. It's been a wild journey. It's really been cool, I think, for me too, is like being a part of just about every single one of our anniversary streams I've been involved with in some way. It's always really fun to see what's still cooking behind the scenes with Activision and the rest of the gang putting together all these events. So big shout outs to them. And we're just waiting on that final leaderboard again, just to kind of confirm what we think we already know. I think the biggest difference here is going to be what happens in that top 3 position, top 4 position, where again, a lot of the money has been reserved for. In particular, again, was there enough for JHC, Parker, Magic, and Ninja with the win, with the good amount of kills to overtake some of the teams that were right in the mix, kind of floating for maybe a top 2, didn't quite have a good final drop, and that could be a difference of a couple $100 at the end of the day for them individually.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm interested to see, did anyone actually get a nade kill?
Yeah, Kaza did. I think in lobby number 2 was the first nade kill. So
was it confirmed?
I saw it in the production chat, so I assume that we're using that as the confirmation for it, but
must be. Good job to him.
Cool stuff, man. Yeah, absolutely. And it's just one of those things that you always got to throw a little bit of extra spice into these tournaments just to make sure everyone feels like they're playing for something on every given moment. No, I don't think we had any 1v4 squad wipes though, unfortunately. That would have been hard pressed to do in a revive based gameplay like this that we get in Krai. It would have to be somewhere in the late circles, and let's be honest, 1v4ing in a late circle moment would be unbelievable.
Yeah, you would need a shotgun 1 pump on every single player to make that happen, and the likelihood of that happening is pretty low, especially when you're going against the best players on the planet.
Yeah. Well, we're hearing that we're just about ready to reveal the final leaderboard. So the big question, who finishes up on top with the $10,000? Of course, there's still a lot of money to be separated between the rest of the teams, especially if you finish in the top 4. My guess would be that there is going to be some movement. I would be, I think, surprised if there wasn't. I think, looking at how the last bit of that lobby started to shake up, you had teams like Vague not fully getting into the top 3 like they had been previously. So did they get surpassed? We're about to find out. Your winners are going to be Senior J Balor and Achman, 146 points. And how about it? The first place win plus the kills for JHC, Parker, Ninja, and Akaza will get 135. They will actually jump into second place. The 4K boys who were there previously fall down into third. And then the Latin American squad of Groen, Alexa, Exotico, and Panchita with the second place finish there do get above Slayer, Vague, Narco, and Kigny for the top 4 position. Nice little late surgeons, though, I think, from those 2 teams in particular. But hey, it's one of those situations that at the end of the day, you want to be the champion. And wouldn't you know it, the team that really found themselves on top early continued to hold that spot throughout the most of the day today.
Yeah, congratulations to Achman and the boys. Dark horse team from game 1, and they ended up securing the win throughout the entirety of the day. Good performance there from 4K's team as well. I'm surprised by COD Ninja and that roster for placing second. But congratulations to them, and especially Parker the Slayer, because it's very rarely that you see him enter any kind of tournament like this. And yeah, I think this is a first for him where he's placed really high in one of these events. So congratulations to Parker especially.
He's got to be vibing with Krai, man. You got to get into the meta. You got to find your way to get through the map. And, well, so far, so good for a lot of our players. That's going to wrap our show for here today, though. Our COD Mobile 5th anniversary with the Krai Battle Royale Invitational. It's been a lot of fun, but now we got to go pick up the sticks and get on in ourselves. It's only one thing to watch. It's another to do it. So we're pumped to see you guys in the battleground. Until next time, make sure you guys are having a good time on Krai. Bye-bye.
Bye. See ya.